of Kristoff in the back, just waiting to come out. And so looks like it's going to be one last Ivy Cudgel in order to get rid of the Ursaluna, but of course the Ogerpon cannot target 2 Pokemon at the same time. So that is going to be game 1, heading over to Kristoff.
Kristoff there taking game 1 in pretty commanding fashion here. A Trick Room there, getting to the end of the Trick Room, getting the ability to set it up again. As you said, Ogerpon only targeting 1 Pokemon at a time, so it's a little bit of pick the way that you want to be taking this game 1 there for Nick. And yeah, looking at game 2, I mean, that Blood Moon Ursaluna really did put in a lot of work and a really different way to play. I've just been having a quick look at this team sheet because the Ursaluna, as we said, wasn't doing quite as much damage. Now, that could be down to Nick's training, but also looking at this Ursaluna Blood Moon, it's also carrying the safety goggles rather than the more common life orb that we see.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a really big deal, right? Especially in the match that we've just seen, or the bits that we saw, it both didn't do quite as much damage. That's good for Nick, but also it didn't take the recoil damage.
Yeah, sure.
But that was good for Kristoff. It just hung on there and was able to maybe be built in a little bit more of a defensive fashion. One more Hyper Voice might be a little bit more damage than the extra damage that you do with Life Orb naturally. And so, yeah, I really like that way that Kristoff is built slightly differently to both stay on the field a little bit longer, maybe launch out a few more attacks, but also then you don't automatically lose to Pokemon like Amoonguss.
Right, exactly. That is the primary reason why you'd want to be running safety goggles on that Pokemon, especially once the Trick Room goes up, to avoid you having to run something like Terra Grass so that you don't fall asleep to a Spore. So, yeah, and clearly it's a strategy that's been working really well for Kristoff. Safety goggles on Ursaluna, yeah, you sacrifice a little bit of damage, but ultimately, if you're asleep, then you're not putting out any damage. So I really like that adaptation there. Now, heading into game 2, after such a convincing victory of Kristoff, of course, Kristoff was able to set up Trick Room in that game. And so, as always, with any Trick Room matchup, the question is, can the opponent deny the Trick Room in any way? And you've got Frigoroth over on Kristoff's side of the field. You've just got to go in with as much damage as you possibly can. And Nick's Urshifu in this situation is indeed that single strike. The Frigoroth could well be terrestrializing away from its weakness to Dark, though, with the Fairy. So then you'd want to run something that can deal big damage into that. So maybe the Landorus going for a Sludge Bomb. But here we are in the game, and it's in fact just going to be Tornadus and Fluttermane over on Nick's side of the field, and Frigoroth and Urshifu for Kristoff. So Trick Room once again being angled towards.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty likely that the Trick Room's going to be able to go up here, but I do like the adaptation here from Nick playing a slightly different offensive game, and especially with the fact that Ursaluna isn't doing quite as much damage. One of the things that you do sacrifice is the ability to knock out Fluttermanes quite as easily with a Blood Moon. So yeah, it's a slightly different adaptation here, but the adaptation, of course, on Kristoff's side as well, going for that Terra Water on the Urshifu. Now, that's taking away its weakness to Fairy, it's taking away its weakness to Flying, so there's good chance that it's going to be able to launch out some damage while also getting Trick Room up with the Frigoroth. And it depends if the Terra Fairy on Nick's Fluttermane is going to be enough to be able to pick up a knockout here in combination with that Tornadus.
Both trainers pulling the trigger, going for that Terra immediately. Frigoroth actually just going for a Protect here. So Kristoff scouting out what his Tornadus is going to be doing, and it is going to be the Sunny Day. So that's going to be neutralizing the damage from that Urshifu hugely. There's the special attack boost onto the Fluttermane. Surging Strikes coming out. It's going to be mitigated damage thanks to the Sun. Fluttermane taking it very well. We know you can't see right now, trainers, but we can over the shoulders of the players as we get that set up ready for you. So the Fluttermane down to about a third of its health, but still on the field. Moonblast, though, was targeted into the Frigoroth, which was protected.
Clever Protect there, and I really like the adaptation from both of these players. We were talking about how Sunny Day can activate Fluttermane's Photosynthesis, and that's a perfect example of how it can. But now that Frigoroth is protected, we know that the Moonblast is going to be going second, so not likely that, or sorry, Not likely, unless the Tornadus goes for a Tailwind, that it's going to be able to launch another one in. But here's a prediction that Nick can make. Is it going to be a Moonblast into the Farigiraf slot that's just protected, or do you knock out that Urshifu?
Well, it's going to be heading into the Ogerpon Wellspring. It's enough for the one-hit knockout over for Nick, I think for Nick here. Yeah, we've got team list aplenty going on screen right now. But here comes more Surging Strikes into the Fluttermane. This is ultimately going to be enough to pick up the knockout here. I feel like in that situation, you know, at the beginning of that turn, you had Tornadus and Farigiraf staring each other down, but you've just got to go for the Tailwind, even though the Trick Room might be going up in order to get some kind of usage out of the Fluttermane there. But as it was, the Farigiraf switched out anyway, so now potentially Trick Room could be going up later on in the game. But here comes Raging Bolt coming out, and this variant right here, just bear with me, trainers, this variant is the Assault Vest one, so won't be boosting up. But of course, the sun is still on the field, activating the Protosynthesis, so really utilizing everything that the sun has to offer right now.
And the question is, we saw in game 1, the damage really just wasn't quite there between Air Slash and the Thunderbolt. But with that Protosynthesis, usually the special attack is what it gets boosted. And Farigiraf avoiding the Air Slash there. So a little bit of a lifeline potentially from Christoph there. But as we can see, Thunderbolt into the Farigiraf, maybe combined with Air Slash, wasn't even enough there. Christoph getting the opportunity to get that Blood Moon in, getting the Trick Room up at the same time. This is the position that he was favoured in going into the last game. But of course, because of that Assault Vest on the Raging Bolt, because Nick's being able to knock out the Ogerpon already, it's a very different landscape that we're playing in right now. Yeah,
and you've used your Terror already on the Fluttermane, so the Raging Bolt is just going to have to grin and bear these moves coming out from Ursaluna, as Hyper Voice is going to be connecting down into both of the Pokemon. Throat Spray boosting up Farigiraf's special attack. I love the Throat Spray set onto Farigiraf to make sure that it's dealing damage as well as being supportive. Snarl going to be enough to take out the Farigiraf and neutralize the damage coming out from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. The Assault Vest paying dividends there for the Raging Bolt. That's sort of the opportunity cost for having Terror early on. At least you've got the Assault Vest there. Air Slash connecting down as well. Here comes that Terror Water. Urshifu back out into the fray. Still in the sun, though.
But holding a Choice Scarf as well means that it's not going to be able to play anything defensively. Because we're in Trick Room, it's not even going to be able to go for an Aqua Jet to stop the opportunity to go for a Thunderclap on the Raging Bolt. And because of that, that really makes the situation tough for the Urshifu. The question is can this Blood Moon Saluna really knock out the Tornadus and the Pokemon in the back? Because, as I say, this Urshifu, going down, especially with the Protosynthesis activated from the Raging Bolt. This turn, now it's Blood Moon Ursaluna getting to be able to go for Earth Power, to be able to go for Hyper Voice, but it's dangerously low on hit points right now.
Worth noting as well for Christoph that with that Choice Scarf not running Aqua Jet there, so that was a safe Thunderclap into that slot. There were no mind games to do with Aqua Jet and Thunderclap going on there. That's going to be the victory going over to Nick this time. So we will be going into a Game 3. What a way to start the stream, trainers. We're heading into Game 3 right away.
quick, nice games. They're all playing really powerful strategies here. It was like, well, can you get the Trick Room up for Christoph? Can you do enough damage to be able to deny that going up straight away if you're on Nick's side of the field? And I really like the adaptation going into Game 2. You set up the Sunny Day. That means the Urshifu, that's the only Pokemon that can knock out your Farigiraf, your Fluttermane first, is kind of covered, but then the Sunny Day stops it from being able to get the knockout on the Fluttermane. That means you can go for those damage-dealing moves onto the Farigiraf. And I know from personal experience, that's one of my favorite ways to knock out the Farigiraf. Go for the Sunny Day, get that Protosynthesis boost. Choice Specs, Terra Fairy, Protosynthesis boost as well. It just does so much damage. It's like you almost can't go back after doing damage. Like, is it really enough?
I think you're right, though. I think that's exactly the way to put it. You can't go back because, again, in that game, Raging Bolt had that Terror option taken away because it was used on the Fluttermane. So it had to deal with those Earth powers, but you could see how crucial the Assault Vest proved to be in that situation. And the sort of Fluttermane had done its job. It went down early. It was here for a good time, not a long time. Went down, and therefore the rest of the team, even though the Raging Bolt was on a dwindling HP bar, just had enough resources in order to clear up the game. So really well adapted by Nick there. And ultimately, we've got to remember, turn 1 of that game, Frigoroth just went for the Protect rather than a Trick Room.
Right.
And you've got to wonder whether you just go with the strategy that worked in game 1, and if Trick Room had gone up turn 1 in that game too, then maybe it would have been a different story.
The question is if the same leads are coming out, do you just go for the Trick Room with Frigoroth if you Christoph? Do you take that risk in game 3? Because this is ultimately where it all comes down to. Games 3 is where those calls can be made, where you're just like, hey, do you know what? I've got a feeling that after games 1 and 2, my opponent isn't going to go for the same strategy again. Do I just dig my heels in and go for the Trick Room, get it set up early? If I get it, great. If I miss it, then maybe I can recover. But this is a good strategy, I think, coming out from Christoph. Getting the Incineroar on the field, getting the Frigoroth. If the Fluttermane doesn't go for its Terror, then it's not going to be able to do enough damage to knock out the Frigoroth in the lead scenario. If it does, you just fake it out.
Right, exactly. And of course, Fluttermane Terrestrializing takes away its ghost typing, and so it would be vulnerable to a fake out. That's going to be connecting, though, down into the Raging Bolt, and Frigoroth taking an air slash as well. And the Raging Bolt flinches, but the Frigoroth doesn't flinch. It is able to set up the trick from there. And I love this Beware wanting to get in on the action on the side of the screen as well, just raising its paw. Hello, I'm still here.
Beware of the flinches in this game, because, that's I think both of these traders probably have their heart in their mouth, just like we did, whether or not the flinch was going to be coming out on the Frigoroth. But that really does make a difference. Now the Frigoroth getting its Hyper Voice up onto the field is not doing loads of damage, but of course it is getting that special attack boost from the throat spray that it's holding, and that's going to put it in a good spot to do a little bit more damage here. But here's a risk coming out from Christoph, getting the parting shot, getting that Incineroar in on out of there. If the Blood Moon comes in, since that parting shot went first, Blood Moon Ursaluna, should I say, maybe it's going to take a bit of damage on the switch in.
Oh, it certainly is, and it's going to take a drop to its special attack too. So the Trick Room is up, but Nick is playing very well around it, trying to mitigate the damage that can be coming out. Air Slash coming out into the Frigoroth. Is there going to be, not a flinch on this particular turn, but the Frigoroth now on a dwindling health bar as well. Is it going to be able to benefit from the boost to its special attack after that throat spray activation right now? Well, Ursaluna on the field, this is going to be a very explosive turn, I feel, and the trainer's recognizing that as well, going for the Terror.
You know, it looks like it could be an explosive turn here, Charlie, but I mean, even with the Terror normal coming out, that Ursaluna did take a snarl on the switch in.
And its safety goggles.
And its safety goggles. So there's a lot of damage less that it's doing here. Still going to try, still going to go for the Blood Moon, still going to target down into the Raging Bolt.
Which has an Assault Vest.
Which has an Assault Vest as well. So it's all a little bit difficult. Now, both of Nick's Pokemon are taking those hits. Frigoroth taking the snarl on just a sliver. But the more important thing here, I think, is that the special attack is dwindling even further on both the Frigoroth and, most importantly, the Ursaluna.
I feel like a Hyper Voice might just be enough coming out from the Ursaluna to still secure the knockout. The Tornadus might be hanging on, but then you've got the Frigoroth to act as well. So it could be that still these Pokemon have done all they need to in this particular matchup, but instead, actually just going to be a switch out from the Frigoroth right now. Joining the field instead will be the Incineroar. The attack drop isn't going to matter right now, but heading into future turn or the next turn, the fake out certainly will.
Yeah, that's definitely getting the fake out on the field a little bit more proactively here, and actually taking a little bit of an advantage of this sunny day condition there. Both going to be making Photosynthesis activate on Raging Bolt, getting the special attack boost. If it can hang on, this is going to be close. This is going to be really close.
Is it going to take it? No, it is that double knockout. Okay. There it is. That was enough. The Ursaluna just had enough gas left in the tank. Its vocal cords were just lubricated enough in order to get a big Hyper Voice out.
A glass of water earlier, because otherwise that really wouldn't have done what it needed.
Who needs throat spray when you've got a massive gem on your head? Instead, it's going to be Landorus joining the field over on Nick's side of the field. as well as the Flutter So down to the final 2 Pokemon now, really hoping that Trick Room will be expiring soon so that these Pokemon can benefit from the conditions they prefer to be in. Flutter receiving a special attack boost here. Now, Incineroar threatening that fake out down on the field. The Terror is still an option for Nick right now. So you could call it if the Flutter goes for it, but we're still in Trick Room, so it'd be bold on this particular turn.
And now the Sun is on the field as well. And the Incineroar really likes that because of its Flare Blitz. So Hyper Voice kind of softening up the field, but Incineroar has its pick of targets here. Going to be the Fluttermane, the safe target that actually isn't able to protect itself, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, choice specs on the Fluttermane. And yeah, with the Sun, it probably didn't need to have the Sun up to take that knockout. But of course, a knockout in reply there for the Landorus. But now it's Landorus versus the remaining 3 Pokemon on Kristoff's side.
It's you might be wondering how come Hyper Voice was affecting that Ghost type there. Well, thanks to the Mind's Eye ability over on Ursaluna, it is able to hit Ghost type, so that's why it is such a threat. And as I've discovered to my cost, Ben, if there's one Pokemon that can secure a comeback by its lonesome, it is a Landorus holding the Life Orb with sheer force. That's Rigorough down, of course, was only on a sliver of HP. Anyway, how is it going to be taking this Blood Moon boosted by the normal Terror from the Blood Moon Ursaluna into the Landorus? Oh my goodness.
Is enough.
That is enough for the knockout there. No, not even a critical hit. So that is going to be Kristoff securing this set, though I really like how Nick adapted heading into this game.
Yeah, what a well-played set from both of our trainers. We saw like a completely different game, all three sets of the game, even though, still the same strategy that Kristoff was really going for in all 3 games. Get the Farigiraf to get a Trick Room up on the board, get the Blood Moon Ursaluna in, and try to leverage the Terra Normal as much as possible. Combinations of Earth Power and Hyper Voice and Blood Moon, it doesn't matter. Just do lots of damage while you've got the Trick Room on the board and see if you can whittle away Nick's Pokemon in time.
I think that's the crucial word there, whittle, and also in time, because something like the Raging Bolt, for example, got the Assault Vest, so it's bulkier, it can stick around for a longer time, and it can fire off a few snarls. But the kind of composition that Nick is using, you need a couple of turns to get going. You need to be reducing the damage output over on the other side of the field. And fundamentally, Kristoff just did not allow Nick the time to be able to do that, was just threatening too much damage on the field. And so, it felt like a kind of a tricky matchup for Nick there, and one in which really the crucial thing to do was denying Trick Room, which unable to do.
I do wonder, just looking back at that game, whether there was an opportunity for Nick to maybe go a little bit more on the offensive. Maybe instead of going for a Snarl in the end, in the sort of mid-game of Game 3, maybe instead you commit to a Draco Meteor. You say, well, Raging Bolt's going to take 1 or 2 turns on the field. I've already got a little bit of damage on the board with Snarl, and maybe this is the time to just drop a Draco Meteor onto the Ursaluna, try to actually take the knockout rather than to reduce the damage, because eventually if you Hyper Voice and Blood Moon and Hyper Voice and Earth Power, eventually your Pokemon are going to get knocked out. And sometimes in these sort of battles, it's not the slower, steadier, bulky Pokemon that win the race. It's actually just going on the offensive, meeting your opponent head to head, and trying to do it, especially since Kristoff was running that less offensive safety goggles on the Ursaluna, you have a lot more space to play with the damage-dealing moves that you have opportunity to do, because Blood Moon doesn't knock out the Fluttermane, does it? You can't knock out the Raging Bolt quickly enough with Earth Power. So, maybe a little bit of an opportunity to play there differently. Something maybe Nick can go away and think about a little bit later. But either way, he played the set so well, especially in that game too, coming, just bringing that Fluttermane in right at the start, putting on so much pressure with it, with the sunny day as well, and really giving Kristoff something to think about.
Yeah. So I think what you're saying, Ben, is sometimes faster wins the race.
Sometimes faster does win the race.
Actually, that's all you need to do. I think you make a good point about the Assault Vest Raging Bolt going for example, just to cast my eye over the team sheet, could have gone for something like a Draco Meteor to try and immediately remove a threat on the other side of the field. Yes, you take that double drop to your special attack, but fundamentally, if in the rest of the game you're just spamming Snarl, then it doesn't matter too much. Snarl isn't really a move that you're doing too much damage with anyway. You're just reducing the special attack on the other side of the field. But yes, congratulations to Nick for being able to claim that game 2 and just for, playing around as well as they could in that game 3 and indeed game 1. But very cool to see the Blood Moon Ursaluna claiming a victory here, a Pokemon that has been very strong in Regulation Set F. Shame not to see the Galarian Zapdos, but fundamentally, Christoph knew the Pokemon needed for that particular matchup.
Yeah, just I feel like I haven't seen that much Blood Moon Ursaluna in the metagame.
I know what you mean. Not of late, no.
It got to its peak around Dortmund,
Yeah.
where Florian Tem and Nick Schropp played in the finals, and that showed just the potential of that combination in these sort of more balanced compositions. And it's like, hey, I'm going to throw something unbalanced. And actually, we saw that in Nils Dunlop's team from the European International Championships this year, where it was like, oh, okay, so it's a Fluttermane, it's an Ogerpon. It's like, yeah, okay, usual suspects. That's all looking fairly standard and trained in a pretty good way. But then you stick a Porygon 2 and a regular Ursaluna onto the end of that composition just to destabilize those matchups so that you don't want to really play a mirror in. I think Farigiraf Blood Moon Ursaluna is that combination that I think is the most, we call it slappable. Just slap it onto your team and give it a go. You'll always have something to fall back on.
I think you might mean splashable there, Ben, rather than slappable. You could
Definitely
say slappable. I think slappable maybe has other connotations, but no. Splashable. I'm going to stay with splashable.
I love slapping a couple of Pokemon onto my team.
Right, okay, fine. I'm going to stick with splashable, but yeah, okay. It's Porygon 2 is so good.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Yeah, it's so good.
I'm a little bit obsessed with Porygon 2. With the Eviolite, it's just so bulky, and it's so hard to remove. And potentially, it's one reason why we've seen Farigiraf dropping off a little bit, because it's just a Trick Room setter par excellence. It's so hard to remove from the field. You can go for a knockoff onto it to get rid of the Eviolite, but you're still not denying that Trick Room necessarily. And then, of course, download, getting a boost to the special attack, so it's offensive as well. Just like that Farigiraf was trying to be in that previous matchup, holding the Throat Spray item. You can go for Terra Blast outside of Terra and still do really big damage because it's a normal type move. Fundamentally, Porygon 2 is a normal type Pokemon. So, yeah, it's sort of been Farigiraf, as long as its neck is, it has been lowering in the metagame, and Porygon 2 has been floating up in its little virtual cloud.
In the proverbial bathtub of the
metagame. Oh, true. Yes, very good.
Little rubber duck just rising to the top.
Yeah. Tell you what, we haven't seen rising to the top. Phalanx. Where have you been, mate?
Yeah,
We'd love to see a bit of Phalanx.
Do you know what? It's one of my favourite Pokemon.
Oh, it's my favourite Gen 8 Pokemon for sure.
Yeah. Got some friends that's like, hey, what's your favourite Pokemon of any particular generation? It's like the round one. The cute round one. Like, oh, okay, so what's your favourite Pokemon of all time? It's like, well,
times 6.
I'm just gonna tell you, there's
it's 6, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6. Yeah, I can count. Yeah. I thought it was 5. I actually.
No. Well, you've got the leader and then the 5 sort of underlings, I guess. So yeah, that's what's. But Phalanx strategies which are very hard to pull off, but very cool. If you get a Simple Beam off into your Phalanx with Latios, for example, no retreat, you get a double boost to all your stats. Hello.
Who needs to retreat?
And you're sweeping. Well, exactly.
After getting that
yeah. When your back's against the wall, you just put the wall between you and the opponent instead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just go, oh, let me just put that there.
Yeah, it's like, I'm just going to camp here.
Exactly. Yeah, come at me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's one of the great things about Pokemon is like especially when you can get to the end of the season, when they can get to the end of the format, and especially some of the spicy picks that we've seen in this particular local area. The Belgians really like playing things that are a little bit off the wall, so to speak. When you get to this stage, especially when you've already qualified for the World Championships, you're not going for the day one buy, you're not going for the travel award maybe, you're just really happy to be able to compete there. You can try these different strategies, and I think that's so important, especially coming into the later stages of a format, and going into the World Championships, because everybody's trying to break the metagame. Everyone's trying to find the thing that nobody else has found, that like secret technique that you can use to be able to give yourself the most advantage that your opponent maybe hasn't played against, maybe hasn't figured out.
Exactly.
And it gives you the space to do that, especially at these local level events. It's not just about getting the last CP, it's about a testing ground with, you know, a few people that you've been playing a lot with, had a really good time with, and you can just experiment with what works better for you.
Right, for sure. And I think also, you know, we really are in just the last few days now of Regulation Set F. So trainers are turning their attention to the future, to Regulation Set G, and that is going to be the format for the World Championships. It's an opportunity, as people get distracted, so to speak, by that, to just actually keep progressing in Regulation Set F, bring your best Regulation Set F game based on everything that you've learned to a tournament like this, and try and catch people off guard, as you say. And yeah, I certainly think that it's the time to, I think the very beginning and the very end of a format is the time to just throw anything out there.
Yeah.
And sort of see what works. You may as well, it's the last opportunity to play Regulations at F seriously. So you may as well just see what fun you can get out of it. And you never know, you might come away from a tournament like this thinking, well, that would have been good to run from much earlier on. Maybe could have defined the metagame. I've only just discovered it now.
But I think that's the thing, especially at the start of the format, right? So like, I've played so many teams over the years where they've come from like, oh, a little bit of that team, a little bit of this team, a little bit of that team. Where I'll be like, well, I'll just build this concept, or oh, this combination looks really strong. Let's just see if we can build it out. And it's like, okay, that didn't work, that didn't work, that didn't work. You kind of figure out what's not working and what is working. And even on a team that's not being successful for you in practice, when you're playing on the online ladders, when you're playing against your friends, like, well, hey, that little bit of the team, that did something. And you can sort of pocket that away for later, come back to it when maybe you're struggling to find the last bit of the team that is working, and you're thinking, hey, yeah, I remember, I built this thing and I can just bring that element in. Maybe that fixes a matchup against a common threat, and you can leverage all of that team building experience that you have to be able to make the most well-rounded team that works for you as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think, yes, of course, practicing Regulation Set G, you're going to learn things about Set G. But it could well be that you actually learn your most valuable lessons through playing out the previous format to its end, like Regulation Set F, because, you know, fundamentally they're all Pokemon. Yes, in this regulation we're not able to use a restricted, but you're still going to learn some really important things. And as you say, it can just infuse through the years. I think, you know, as I was saying earlier, I love Porygon 2 at the moment. It's amazing. And I sometimes feel like sometimes it's a question of a picnic, problem in share, not in computer. I know that Porygon 2 is great, but the way I'm playing it, maybe that I just need to brush up on how to use it the way it can best be used. But again, this is the opportunity to do that when people are starting to turn their attention towards Regulations at G, just to be able to figure out how to use these Pokemon best before the metagame gets redefined. But fundamentally, being in a tournament like this, no matter the regulation set, you are putting yourself in a competitive environment. And that's the practice. That is a way to practice your resilience, your mental game as well. And there is it is such a mental game. Well, exactly, yeah. And just being under the lights of a competition like this rather than just playing at home, that's going to be very useful as well.
Absolutely. And yeah, we're going to have an opportunity this weekend as well. There are not just mid-season showdowns on play for our players here that are coming to Lanaken this weekend. We also have the Premier Challenges. We're not going to be able to broadcast them to you, but that's going to give Charlie and I the opportunity to
lose a lot.
Speak for yourself, Charlie. Speak for yourself. I'm planning on winning.
Well, I'm planning on it.
Using actually one of my favourite Pokemon this weekend. It's going to be, well, do you know what? Well, I'm not going to reveal it just yet.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we're going to have to go to a little bit of a break, guys. Stay tuned, stay ready. We're going to be back with another round of this mid-season showdown in just a moment. So stay tuned, get yourself a snack, get yourself a drink. We'll be here in due course.
Hi there, trainers. We're back at the Belgium Double MSS weekend, and we're Team Rocket here. Prepare for trouble. Make it double. Oh, doubling up there as well.
Yeah,
Very
see?
nice. I'm really getting into the spirit here. Really getting into the spirit. We had a fantastic first round featuring a Blood Moon Ursaluna team, that one, and we've got more spicy picks coming up in this upcoming game here in Belgium. As I just said in a post I made now, let's not forget that last week a Belgium MSS was won by a team that had Pormont, Skeledurge, and a Rangaroo. So who knows what we'll see going all the way this weekend.
This is the tournament to have a little bit of fun in as well, but many of the players here are aiming for the last championship points that they need to get to the World Championships here. And of course, Alexander versus Simone here with their teams up on display. And my eyes are immediately drawn to Alexander's team. Cornerstone Ogerpon. I love to see this Pokemon.
I love to see it as well. It might be my favourite Ogerpon of Mask, actually. I like the expression, like the design. Also, rock-type damaging moves. A lot of the format, for really good damage. Super effective into a lot of the key threats. So, you know, if you can make it work, then hats off to Alexander and a more Trick Room-oriented team here, a bit like we saw in the first round. And again, similar to the first round, it was more of a balanced team there versus a spicier team, and that's certainly what we have here. Simone Caletti running more Pokemon that we're familiar with.
Yeah, it's sort of this sort of more balanced archetype where you've got the ability to go for double Grassy Glide with the Ogerpon and the Rillaboom. You put pressure on that way. You've got the Half Flame Ogerpon going for its Terra and getting some damage on the field. You've got the Fluttermane with its booster energy supporting this archetype of team. So Pokemon like Ogerpon, Pokemon like Landorus can really put some damage on the field. So it's a really nice composition that Simone has. But I do want to dip over onto the other side, onto Alexander's squad, because there are some really interesting sets here. Not just the Ogerpon that we touched on just a moment ago, but also this Gouging Fire. Normally, you see it opting for how boosting up itself, boosting up its partners, but instead, this Gouging Fire is just going to boost up itself with Dragon Dance, its capability. And that's such a fun strategy, especially combined with Farigarath, that's going to stop any priority. It's going to be going fast. It's going to be hitting hard. You can't do too much about that if it gets itself set up. And I really am excited at the opportunity to maybe see that coming out.
It's so cool. It's got a monopoly on the attack stat here, running that breaking swipe move as well. What a call out as well, Ogerpon Cornerstone. I mean, we'll be getting into the team sheets shortly, but Ogerpon Cornerstone here running Solar Blade.
Yeah.
Really, really cool. With the Torkoal setting up that sun, Solar Blade will be doing huge damage and not a move that we see commonly on any Pokemon at all. We're going to skip the team sheets, get straight into the game. It's Fluttermane facing off against each other. Gouging Fire versus the Landorus. So that Gouging Fire immediately in a slightly dodgy position.
Yeah, and you know, its Terra Grass is only going to be able to do so much work in this spot against Landorus. And one of the really nice things about Landorus in this format is like, hey, if you can't hit it with a ground type coverage, you can probably hit it with a poison type coverage, and especially with the prevalence of Terra Fairy and in this case Terra Grass, Sludge Bomb is a really, really good offensive move for this Landorus to go up against. So yeah, I'm not really liking Alexander's position all too much. Maybe trying to capitalize on getting that Gouging Fire set up so you can sort of punch a hole through the team, but instead it's just going to be the Icy Wind, not dropping the speed of the Gouging Fire because of the Clear Amulet.
Because of the Clear Amulet, absolutely. And yes, just sticking in with the Gouging Fire there as Earth Power connects down into the Fluttermane instead of the Gouging Fire, in fact. There's Icy Wind connecting down, and that's the Landorus taken care of there. Got to imagine that the Gouging Fire was going for some kind of damaging move onto Landorus as well to whittle down its health to that point. But the Gouging Fire just playing really boldly there, Alexander. Gouging Fire staying in, and it worked out.
You've got to sort of respect that play, really. I mean, a lot of the time in Pokemon, you've got to decide on what Pokemon that you're really going to have to target in a particular position. And because the Fluttermanes both have Icy Wind, they both have the opportunity to get an Icy Wind that's going to do quad super effective damage to the Landorus, but also drop the speed interactions. And depending on the speed interactions, we saw that Simone's Fluttermane went first in that turn. That doesn't mean it's necessarily the faster one. These two Fluttermanes could indeed speed tie. So good information to get started on the match, but we'll have to keep an eye on that going forward.
Fluttermane doesn't like looking in the mirror and is going to get in on out of there for Torkoal to come in instead. That's going to activate the photosynthesis on the Gouging Fire. It's going to mean that something like Heat Crash is going to be dealing even more damage, but it's going to be boosting the Ivy Cudgels from the Ogerpon as well. Given its two fire types over on Alexander's side of the field, that's not going to matter too much, but it will be the terrestrialization coming out onto Fluttermane into the Fairy Terra typing. So going all in on the offense here, the most common Terra type for Fluttermane. Heat Crash connecting into Ogerpon. It's able to hang on.
And Dazzling Gleam coming out, or Moonblast. Yeah, Moonblast coming out from the Fluttermane into the Gouging Fire. It hangs on handily there. Its fire typing really helping out in this scenario. Ivy Cudgel even boosted up by the sun, not getting the critical hit, but still doing lots of damage to the Torkoal. But you've got to commend that Ogerpon on being able to take that Heat Crash in the sun from a Gouging Fire. That's a really big damaging move. And of course, the Gouging Fire did go before the Fluttermane in that previous turn. So the Ogerpon's going to have to think about follow me, or the Fluttermane's going to have to think about playing a little bit defensively here, or it just has the opportunity to get knocked out, because Intimidate isn't going to affect that Clear Amulet Gouging Fire.
Yeah, and this is the thing, if you're running Clear Amulet rather than the booster energy, it means that you're not going to get that boost to the speed. So you need the sun to activate the photosynthesis in order to make that happen. Dragon Dance coming out from the Gouging Fire. The attack stat isn't going to be lowered, but the health bar certainly will be, as Gouging Fire does go down here. It was a nice try there from Alexander, but given how much damage it's been able to put on the field already, getting that Ogerpon down to such low health, perhaps it's already done its job, as Torkoal is able to get off a nice heat wave in the sun.
Calls on both turns, 2 games in a row, and that went for definitely for Simone's side of the field, making the call Alexander making the call that there was the space to be able to go for a Dragon Dance to really get set up. And while Simone was going to try to play defensively with the booster energy on Fluttermane, able to go for a protect, Simone seeing through that, picking up the knockout, stopping that boost from becoming a problem in the late game. Heat Wave on the Torkoal doesn't really do too much damage in this scenario. So I really like the way that both of these trainers are attaching it, really playing tit for tat here.
Absolutely. It's going to be a responding Fairy Terror over on the Fluttermane on the other side of the field. It's now turn for that one to do as much damage as it possibly can. This is for Alexander. Going for a Dazzling Gleam. Nice. That's enough for the knockout onto Simone's Fluttermane, and it brings the Incineroar down nice and low as well. So yeah, the board state is constantly being rebalanced for both of these trainers. So now it's all down to which Pokemon is going to be lurking in the back for Simone. I believe the Ogerpon is still there with very, very low health. And so that's going to be the knockoff going into the Torkoal there, which is able to knock off the Charcoal, so the Fire-type moves won't be dealing quite as much damage. Earth Power, nice for a little bit of chip there as well. Ogerpon rejoining the fray, and Alexander really whittling away at the resources over on Simone's side of the field.
Now, this could have been the sun making a really, really big difference here, because Alexander's carrying the choice specs, and so the sun activates the photosynthesis. It's photosynthesis apiece, and that's allowed the Fluttermane on Alexander's side of the field to presumably get a speed boost. I didn't actually catch the boost that it got, but given that the Fluttermane on Simone's side of the field went first seemingly beforehand, it would make sense to me that it was actually a boost of speed on Simone's side of the field, and now sun has made that mirror work in Alexander's favour just that little bit better, getting that Dazzling Gleam off. Probably Simone thinking that he could get the knockout on the Fluttermane, but instead Alexander takes the knockout and puts himself in a fantastic position to take game 1.
So good that he won the game, absolutely. So that time it wasn't the balanced team that came out on top, and that was what we saw earlier on in the day as well. This is the point in the metagame where trainers are just experimenting, just having a bit of fun in Regulation Set F, and showing there are so many ways to play this game outside of the teams that we've commonly seen do well. So that is 1 game up for Alexander right now, and that wasn't even Trick Room going up. It's showing how flexible Alexander's team can be here. Now back to the drawing board for Simone, and I think that Clear Amulet Gouging Fire was such a threat on the field. So it's something that Simone is going to want to be dealing with. let's recall that turn 1 where the Landorus was facing down the Gouging Fire. Gouging Fire stayed in. It was incredibly brave to keep it in, not protecting or switching out. And sure enough, the Earth Power went into the other slot, giving that Gouging Fire free reign. But that's certainly something that Simone is going to have to counter. Heading into Game 2, Alexander's going to know that. So maybe you don't even bring the Gouging Fire, or maybe you don't lead it at least.
Well, you can definitely have the opportunity coming into a Game 2 to completely switch up your strategy, especially on Alexander's side of the field. I think that's exactly what Simone really needs to be calling here. Do you lean into the idea that maybe Alexander's switching up and going for the Trick Room mode because the other mode, the Gouging Fire, worked so well for him in the first game? And do you make that call so that you have an opportunity to win that game, go into a Game 3 where you've got to make that call all over again? And this is the real difficulty in the mindsets that these trainers really have to focus in on here. If it was me playing in that situation, I don't know what I'd pick, but I'd probably target down the Trick Room.
Yeah, it's fair enough. I think when you're Alexander and you're a game up, you certainly have that luxury to be able to, no one wants to lose a game, but you could in order to try and catch your opponent off guard and think sort of 2 steps ahead rather than just the 1. Also, let's face it, Ben, just because we want to see that Ogerpon cornerstone coming out into the fray. We want to see it fire off a solar.
Red-handed.
Guilty, We want to see it fire off a solar blade in the sun in 1 turn as well. But again, I've really got my eye on this clear amulet Gouging Fire, especially with the Dragon Dance there as well.
But I do think the cornerstone has a really good place in this matchup regardless. It doesn't even need to be helping Farigiraf set up the Trick Room. It can even just go for those solar blades, go for the Ivy Cudgels, because there's a lot of Pokemon that on Simone's side of the field that really don't like taking it. But no switch up here from Alexander. Fluttermane and Gouging Fire coming out. Rillaboom and the Ogerpon, the switch up for Simone. And I think he may have been targeting down that Trick Room, and neither of those Pokemon look particularly happy in front of that Gouging Fire.
Well, no, I mean, you can fake it out this particular turn, and then otherwise on the field you've got the Ogerpon that really cannot do too much damage at all to the Gouging Fire.
Neither of them have ground type coverage, so
this seems like, even though you could get faked out, you may as well just go for a Howl, because in case Simone doesn't go for that fake out, and then otherwise with that Fluttermane there, it's just able to provide a lot of damage immediately. So, I mean, this could be an immediately fantastic turn for Alexander.
I really like the way that Alexander's going about this turn, both getting the Fluttermane out of there because it doesn't like facing down double Grassy Glide from Rillaboom, and the Ogerpon certainly not in grassy terrain where the priority really kicks in. Instead, bringing the Torkoal in that loves sponging up grass type attacks, gonna recover a little bit of health on that turn as well. And now Simone kind of having to react to this situation, react to the Gouging Fire, bringing that Terra Fire onto the Rillaboom to try and negate some of that immediate damage.
So that is the fake out going out into the Gouging Fire. Of course, now its Protosynthesis is active as well, but Simone attempting to play Alexander at his own game. Forget the Dragon Dances, time for the Swords to get dancing. A lot of boogieing going on all round on the field, and we've got the Disco Ball glittering down so pristinely with that sun in the sky provided by Torkoal. And now Torkoal's there just to provide some really ample utility. This is not a Torkoal that has access to Helping Hand, it's just got 3 damaging moves plus Protect. But, with the sun up as well, that Ogerpon, especially now that the Rillaboom is terastallized, will only be taking neutral damage, not resisted, from the Rillaboom, and you've got the Earth Power that can threaten super effective damage into the Rillaboom coming out from Torkoal.
Well, that Ogerpon doesn't want to take a Heat Crash at least this turn like it did in the last game. Going to go for the Spiky Shield, protect itself from damage, but Gouging Fire, the party Entei that Lou likes to call it, having its own party, going for the Dragon Dance, getting that boogieing that you were talking about going, but its typing is doing so well. You have so much space for the Gouging Fire to be able to go for the Dragon Dance, and I really like that Alexander is taking that opportunity while it's there.
From Triceratops to Tricerabops on the field as Incineroar hits the fray, dropping that Intimidate down onto the Gouging Fire. The Rillaboom, just going for that U-turn, getting out of there, saying, you know what, I've already had enough of this. I've committed my terror, and things just are not looking my way. So the Torkoal this time is going to be retreating. It's already put the sun up, so that's absolutely fine for the Gouging Fire. Here comes Farigiraf, the Optimist, and certainly Alexander is looking to have that glass half full. in the position he's in the game right now. That's Fake Out, blocked by the Armor Tail coming out from the Farigiraf. That, of course, is a one-hit knockout onto the Ogerpon with that Heat Crash in the sun, boosted by the Dragon Dance. This is Gouging Fire's party, and we're all just invited to it.
Yeah, we're just watching the Gouging Fire show at this point in the game. Landorus coming in and does put a lot of pressure onto the Gouging Fire, but I mean, how do you target down into it? You've got the helping hand on the Farigiraf, you've got the sun on the field, you've got the ability to go for Heat Crash. You know with the speed boost that your Gouging Fire is going to outspeed the Landorus, and Simone doesn't have any speed control in his arsenal to be able to take advantage of that either. So here we go. The Burning Bulwark?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. Yeah, Burning Bulwark coming out from the Gouging Fire. So it won't be taking any damage this turn. This time Simone has the Landorus in a position where it can threaten more onto the Gouging Fire. There's the knockoff coming out to Farigiraf, super effective of course, and knocking off the Citrus Berry there. But just going for a damaging move, a little bit of chip damage onto Landorus and the Incineroar here. Gouging Fire up to full HP, but now it is threatened by the Landorus. And running that Terra Grass, it would be taking super effective damage from the Sludge Bomb as well, so Simone could call that. But fundamentally, Terra is still an option available to Alexander, but it's been spent on the Rillaboom for Simone.
Yeah, so even if it wasn't spent on Simone's side of the field, the Landorus is carrying Terra Steel, and so would increase the damage that it would be taking. But that Terra option for Simone really paying dividends, I think, on this turn. The Rillaboom, because it's a fire type, bringing in that Heat Crash, taking a little bit of damage. And I think this could be the start of something really quite effective for Simone in terms of the game plan. Now you've knocked off the Clear Amulet. Now the stats from Gouging Fire can get dropped. Now the Incineroar that's not too threatened by the Gouging Fire. It's not loving its position, but it's not super threatened. May be able to opt for a parting shot here, come back in slightly later, get the Intimidate down, and Alexander's going to have to think about what stat level his Pokemon are at.
Well, Farigiraf wants to give a helping hand to its buddy now that that Clear Amulet has been lost, and that's Breaking Swipe. Not enough for the knockout onto Rillaboom. I also want to call out how much damage that Heat Crash did in the previous turn to the Rillaboom. Still exceptional, even though it was resisted being a fire type. There goes U-turn, super effective into the Farigiraf, pivoting around for Simone. And yeah, that Clear Amulet being knocked off is huge. Is that, well, it's not going to be a parting shot coming out this turn, but Landorus coming back in, that means the, oh, sorry, no, it is a parting shot coming out this turn. I was confusing my turn orders there. That's the attack drop going down onto the Gouging Fire. It's probably not too used to that as a Clear Amulet holder, so not something it's going to appreciate taking one bit. And look, it's a little bit frustrated Raw on the field there, having that attack stat lowered as Rillaboom rejoins.
The Gouging Fire's like, where did my Clear Amulet go?
Lost and found.
This is not where I'm used to having it. He'll get it back at the end of the game. Don't worry, traders. But Rillaboom coming back in, resetting the Fake Out, which of course isn't going to work at the moment because Farigiraf is on the field. But now the Gouging Fire is back to neutral stages of attack. The Incineroar is in the back. It can take us down to -1. The question I'm wondering the answer to, if I'm not mistaken, the sun is still on the board?
No, it's not. The sun is gone. It's off the field. Okay. So Rillaboom going back into the back of Simone's party as it's going to be Incineroar joining the field once more. And yes, Torkoal lurking in the back, able to provide the sun once more, dropping the attack stat. Of course, as Incineroar knows to do so well, that's Heat Crash down onto the Landorus. Not doing too much damage now. The sun has expired, and now Earth Power takes that Farigiraf down.
Clever play here where you actually try to knock out the Pokemon that's causing you the most overall trouble. And while the Gouging Fire is the offensive presence, you have the ability to parting shot with the Incineroar, you have the ability to intimidate it. It's now at -1 stages of decreased attack rather than increased attack. And so you knock out the Pokemon that stops your 2 Fake Out users going for the Fake Out that they love to do to support the team. And I really like the way that Simone is trying to leverage that going into the mid game.
Yeah, there's fake out aplenty can be coming out from Simone's team now with that Rillaboom lurking in the back as well. Breaking Swipe, though, is going to keep whistling away, and that's something I really like about this Gouging Fire. Yes, it could be an offensive threat, but as soon as that is switched off, thanks to Clear Amulet being knocked off, you can still get those Breaking Swipes off and be more of a supportive Pokemon as well, enabling your other Pokemon to shine. And speaking of shine, that is a Dazzling Gleam coming out from the Fluttermane there, dealing just a little bit of chip, and this is the position in the game that we find ourselves in. Alexander's team just really, right now, only able to go for that chip damage, especially as Parting Shot is continuing to whittle away at the resources over on Alexander's side of the field. But all of that damage does add up.
Tough time for this Rillaboom to be coming back into the field, though. A grassy terrain is still here on this turn, but it's not got long left on the board, and so, yeah, I'm wondering whether or not the Simone is just going to have to do a little bit awkward pivoting in order to keep that on the board, and maybe just make sure that it can get a grassy glide into the Fluttermane. As it stands, the Landorus going out for the Incineroar instead. And the Incineroar, in fact, putting the Intimidate into work to allow the Rillaboom to do a little bit more this turn. I'm wondering if there's the opportunity for a cheeky Woodhammer right now.
Oh, well, no, just Grassy Glide this turn. That's going to halve the health of the Fluttermane. Heat Crash into the Incineroar, of course, going to take that incredibly well. It's now in the position it wants to be in, revolving in and out of that wrestling ring. Dazzling Gleam connecting down. It's not enough for the knockout onto the Incineroar, thanks to that Parting Shot earlier. So Simone has been playing masterfully with this scary cat.
1 HP is infinitely more than 0 HP in the game of Pokemon. They need to be on the board to be able to do what they're doing so well. Now there's decisions to make. Do you go for the Grassy Glide into the Fluttermane? Does the Fluttermane stay in and go for another Dazzling Gleam, especially since it's susceptible to Fake Out now that it's gone for the Terra? Or does it switch out into the Torkoal, and does Simone take advantage of that and pivot out yet again, bring the Landorus onto the board? Because, hey, this Gouging Fire's been intimidated, Parting Shotted so many times, it's just not doing the damage that it needs to do.
I think that's one thing in Alexander's favour. The more you switch in and out that Incineroar, the more Landorus is not on the field able to attack. And so as long as you can remove everything around it, then potentially your Pokemon can clean up when that Landorus is remaining on the field. Still the Breaking Swipe, not enough for the knockout onto the Incineroar there. It's on a sliver of HP. Incineroar, the MVP of this particular game. Parting Shot once more onto this Gouging Fire. So much for Gouging Fire. It's now pretty much a dwindling fire in that fireplace, just burning away there. But Incineroar going back with the sun once more onto the field. Rillaboom coming out again to provide another Fake Out. Simone really masterfully showing how revolving these Pokemon can be.
And now Landorus on the field is not really threatened by the Gouging Fire so much. I really don't know, after the amount of Intimidates and Parting Shots this Gouging Fire has taken, whether or not, even in the sun, whether this Landorus would be going down to a Heat Crash. We know it's not going down to a Breaking Swipe in this position, but the margins are so fine here. These trainers will know better than us. But if it can hang on, more importantly, if it can hang on a couple of times, then maybe there's an opportunity there for Simone to leverage that Earth Power into the Torkoal this turn and the Gouging Fire next. But as I say, these margins are so fine that these trainers are working with.
I mean, you talk about fine margins. Look at how fine that Incineroar's health bar is. As the Intimidate does drop down once more, let's see how much this Heat Crash does. It's enough for the knockout. Even after all of that, the Landorus does go down. Simone was pivoting around so masterfully there, trying to prevent exactly that from happening. Heatwave is going to connect as well. That's enough for the knockout onto the Incineroar, and all of a sudden, thanks to that Heat Crash proving so useful there, seems like Alexander is back in the driver's seat. Rillaboom rejoining the fray.
That's a calculation, if I was Alexander, that I would not be confident about. And you've got to lock it in at that stage. You know that the Landorus is the only Pokemon that's really going to be knocking out the Torkoal, the Gouging Fire. It's the last vestige of damage that Alexander had on his side. That Simone had on his side of the board, and Alexander knew that. Decided, hey, my Gouging Fire has been dropped down. It hasn't got the same offensive capability that once it had, but it can do just enough, maybe, to be able to secure that knockout. And yeah, you've got to take a lot of time to respect that just commitment to knowing that that was the right play at the right time.
Yeah. I mean, we've got to give a shout out to the Incineroar over on Simone's side of the field in that game.
And the Citrus Berry as well, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't just, it was so many hits.
Yeah.
One after the other, but the Citrus Berry just allowed it to survive on the sliver.
Yeah. But the knockoffs going off as well into the Gouging Fire, most crucially to remove the Clear Amulet, and then pivoting around with the Parting Shots and Intimidates, taking full use of the lack of that Clear Amulet. But ultimately, Gouging Fire has to be the most valuable Pokemon of that particular set. Game 1, of course, Dragon Dances and the Clear Amulet meant that it was just able to sweep. And then in Game 2, it had just enough gas in the tank. Got to give a shout out to its partner Torkoal there as well for ramping up the heat, bringing the sun onto the field. Because without it, that heat crash surely would not have knocked out the Landorus in that game too.
Definitely not. And it's all of the sums that we have to do to play the video game championship, and just like you don't find yourself in this situation very often where you have to wonder about whether or not a heat crash would be able to knock out a Landorus from 30-40%. But you use the experience that you have, and I think that's why it was so important that the Torkoal switched in that turn to be able to do that, not just defensively for the Fluttermane, keep that in the back for a little bit later, reset the sun onto the field, boost up the power of Heat Crash. You activate the photosynthesis as well, of course, onto the Fluttermane. But the Fluttermane wasn't going to take another Grassy Glide. If the Rillaboom was there and the Landorus was there and the Incineroar was there was probably a way for Simone to kind of pivot around as he'd been doing all game to create a position where you could just launch a Grassy Glide into the Fluttermane, just knock it out, and then you use the rest of your Pokemon to knock out the Gouging Fire. But yeah, margin's so fine.
Yeah. It's an intricate patchwork quilt, isn't it? The team compositions. And you remove one crucial piece like that Landorus, and then, it all falls apart. But again, I want to call out how the... yes, it's fantastic seeing Incineroar doing its thing with its pivoting around, Parting Shots and Intimidates, but if you're doing that, then something has to switch out, of course, and that means that Landorus isn't on the field applying the offensive pressure that it needs to be, because otherwise that Gouging Fire could have gone running to the back much sooner and then got Simone in a more valuable position. But Alexander just sticking to what their game plan was and keeping the Gouging Fire out in the field in the face of the Landorus, knowing that the Intimidate cycling was coming around. What do we think about the Terra Fire on the Rillaboom there? How useful was that? I mean, the Gouging Fire was, it was threatening, very threatening, of course, into the Rillaboom, especially with the sun up there. But I'm wondering if it weren't onto the Rillaboom, is there a way that Simone could have come back by terrestrializing a different Pokemon, perhaps?
It's a difficult one. So I think the thing that's crucial between this matchup is that Simone was the player with the fake out, and Alexander really wasn't. Alexander was the player with the Frigoraph saying, no fake out, please. I don't want to deal with that. Bringing the Frigoraph to be able to protect its team, and using that to allow the Gouging Fire to knock out the Half-Flame Ogerpon in the early game and really give Simone a lot less tools in their arsenal to be able to play the game with. So I think, looking at the Terra types here, you've got Ghost on Incineroar for Simone, you've got the Fire on the Rillaboom, you've got the Fairy on the Fluttermane, you've got obviously the Fire on the Ogerpon, you've got the Steel type Terra onto the Landorus. Now, if you were able to find an opportunity, if Simone was able to find an opportunity in the early game, which is very difficult, by the way. They would have been able to, but to use the Landorus to knock out the Gouging Fire straight away. Then a Terra Steel on Landorus would have been a big deal. You're threatening a lot of damage onto the Frigoraph, so you can probably, between the Rillaboom, the Incineroar, and the Landorus, knock out the Frigoraph before it's able to set up the Trick Room. And then you use your Terra Steel to be able to sit in front of a Fluttermane really comfortably in that sort of end game. So I think that could have been a route to victory there, but I don't know how you do that when a Frigoraph is on the other side of the field stopping fake out.
Yeah, and obviously then Torkoal is still a threat on the other side of the field as well, and if you Terra Steel, then that's probably not going to go too well for you, because you've got fire and ground type moves that can be coming out from the Torkoal. But still, once again, the team that wasn't the more common archetype that we have been seeing in Regulations AF was the one that came out on top. So, this is what Belgium has to offer. Just they're really fantastic, innovative team building, and it's so exciting to see how the rest of the weekend will go.
You said it earlier, Charlie. It's not the player on the card, it's the person in the chair that really does make the difference here. And I think that's what we've been seeing. These really balanced archetypes, they're difficult to play.
Yeah.
They do have some of the best Pokemon in the format. They have the most resources, so to speak, to work with if you look at it in that light. But people are prepared for them.
Yeah.
People have those destabilizing elements. Even just the threat of a Cornerstone Ogerpon would make me think twice about bringing my own Half-Flame Ogerpon and Incineroar even.
Yeah.
Because I know that a one Ivy Cudgel Donk is the only thing standing between the Cornerstone Ogerpon and taking a knockout on one of my really important pieces. So, I think using those destabilizing elements, knowing how to play against them, against these sort of more balanced archetypes, can be really effective.
Yeah. From Donk to Donkey Kong, Rillaboom. Segue then.
All right, I'm listening. Okay.
To be honest,
Donkey Dog.
Yeah. To be honest, I didn't really have a point to make about Rillaboom. I just wanted to make that segue. But I mean, let's talk about it anyway. So we had the Ogerpon with Grassy Glide in this matchup as well, and that's sometimes a tech that we see on teams. You get the double Grassy Glide once the Grassy Surge is set up by the Rillaboom. We saw though. We saw in a match that we were watching earlier how valuable Hornleech still is in the meta game. So a lot of trainers have been opting for Woodhammer over Hornleech because of the immediate burst damage. Then Hornleech, of course, you're recovering as well, and that can turn a match in your favour. But then, of course, you've got the option of Grassy Glide on the Ogerpon as well. So all these grass-type moves, what would your preference be?
Power Whip.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It wouldn't be Power Whip. I can't stand the missing.
No, exactly.
No, for me, actually, I opted for Woodhammer playing in Dortmund this year at the Regional Championships. And it was on a Ogerpon Wellspring variant. The team had an Okidogi and a Roaring Moon. It was super cool, by the way.
Yeah, sounds it.
Really, really good team to be able to run.
Go and check out the final round of the Dortmund stream on day one and see how that went for Ben.
Don't do that.
Make sure you do that. Yeah. Hop on over.
No spoilers, but I'm not the biggest fan of that man. No, so the Woodhammer that I played on that particular team, it wasn't because I needed particular damage on the general field. It was because knocking out an Ogerpon, it was when Wellspring usage was completely dominating the usage charts, and I needed to be able to knock out an opposing Ogerpon really quickly in order to take away the follow me support that they had, and that was a really important part of my game plan for particular matchups at that time. And so I think that's the thing that you've got to be thinking about. Is the Ogerpon that you're using there for picking off threats that you need to be picked off? Does your team fear an Urshifu Rapid Strike holding a Choice Scarf? If the answer is yes, maybe Double Grassy Glide is the answer.
Yeah.
If you need to really hone in on particular threats and to take them out quickly, Woodhammer is a really good way of doing that. And if you want your Ogerpon to be sitting on the field for a while, say with a Sword Stance, and you have a way to boost up the damage anyway, get the boost on the field, make sure that you get as many hits after hits after hits, because you're Horn Leeching for lots and lots of damage, and then recovering lots of damage in turn, then Horn Leech is the way to go. So, I think all of them is the answer to your question. But you got to think about what exactly your Ogerpon is doing.
Wise words indeed. And even if you don't have the double Grassy Glide on your team, the synergy is still there because the Grassy terrain is set up, and any grass type move of your choosing is dealing more damage thanks to that being set up. It's power whip. What a stressful move.
Well, it
What a
was the
stressful move to
standard,
play.
you know, back in regulation set E. I think
Yeah,
it was.
yeah.
It did pick
No,
up a
there
lot
was
of popularity
a lot of power whip.
for the same reason that Woodhammer picks up popularity now. It's just
Yeah.
a little bit more consistent. You don't have to cross your fingers every time
You're right,
that you hit the button. And
Yeah.
I do think there's a big thing to be said about the ability for Woodhammer specifically to make it so you don't need to terror the Ogerpon. So in the case of Ogerpon Wellspring, where it's not playing quite as offensively usually, it's usually playing a little bit more defensively. Sometimes you need the extra damage from going for the Water Terror, going for the boosted damage that the Ivy Cudgel gets in, but you don't actually need the special defense boost at that point in time. Maybe the grass typing is actually a benefit to you. And instead, Woodhammer, they're kind of similar in terms of power. So
Yeah.
it gives you a different way, a little bit more flexibility to play that Pokemon as well.
Yeah, of course, then with Woodhammer, you have to deal with having a bit of recall damage coming out as well. So both moves have drawbacks. I think I'd rather hit than not and take the recall damage. That's probably my preference.
Just carry the two.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Especially boosted by the grassy terrain. But interesting to see how the Half Flame has been rising up over the Wellspring as well. Do you want to meet the plushies? Shall we meet the plushies? Who have we got here? So, Wobbuffet. These are all my plushies, by the way, and they're honour to be on stream. Wobbuffet, Stephen. Stephen is very pleased to meet you. Got the Snom there, Zeb. That's the name of that Snom. And Omanyte is Dusty. All Dusty.
Dusty the Omanyte.
Partly because it sort of frills look like a bit of a duster, but it's also, I don't know, it's something to do with the fossil, arid,
it's almost come from the dust.
Yeah, right, sure. Yeah. But it's looking lively today. I love those googly eyes on that. And then this is Renota, the Kingdra, by the way. Got to rep my fave.
Yeah, no, Kingdra's, it's such a cool little Pokemon. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But yeah, we were talking earlier actually about the plushies, and some plushies are they just work so well. The shape of them, the form of them. Omanyte definitely is one of those.
Yeah,
look at those little.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Maybe it's time, Ben. Maybe we talk about the teams that we're playing.
Well,
this
we
weekend.
could do. We could reveal
I think we
teams.
should.
Well, Charlie, you get started. What team are you running? Are you running your favourite Pokemon?
I am not. I've been saying for a while that Frostmoth has untapped potential in this format. And so I decided to put my money where my moth is and run Frostmoth this weekend in the Premier Challenges in Belgium. So we'll see how that goes. Quick answers, Ice type damage is really, really good in the format. If you give it enough support, then it can thrive. It's common role on the team as well in order to cover for the weaknesses that Frostmoth has. But no, Ben, I'm not running my favourite Pokemon, Kingdra. Even though, as much as I'd love to, and I did run it in the very first Global Challenge, Dragon Cheer, Sniper stuff, had a lot of fun. But Ben, why don't you tell us who is running my favourite Pokemon this weekend?
That'll be me. That'll be me. So we were having a little bit of chat before coming to this Belgium MSS, knowing that we would be able to play the Premier Challenges afterwards, that we're not going to be able to bring to you, but we're going to have a lot of fun playing in them and getting to know our players here a little bit better as well. And I sort of challenged myself, as Charlie was like, hey, I've been trying to run Kingdra teams for a little while. It hasn't been successul, bless it. It's fallen out of favour over the. It used to be a premier threat, but it's fallen out of favour over the years. I sort of challenged myself a little bit to make a Kingdra team for Charlie to run. Charlie didn't appreciate that.
I tried
whatsoever.
I tried.
Didn't appreciate it.
It's a genius team. It always, and you said this yourself, and it always feels like an uphill struggle.
It's hard work.
Yeah.
But I managed to make a Kingdra team that seemed to be at least viable. I've definitely won some games on the online ladder playing it, and not just because my muddy waters have been connecting, but I had a really good time with it. And leading up to this weekend of events, just something clicked. Something clicked that I was like, I haven't used Kingdra for so long, and this is a lot of fun to use. There is something really satisfying, and you mentioned it before. I am running the Dragon Cheer set. And
You say the Dragon Cheer set as if everyone knows, oh yeah, that variant of Kingdra. No one knows, first of all, what Kingdra does.
Right, so,
but yes, it's,
it's
really
here
cool.
we go. We get Gouging Fire.
Yeah.
I'm going to reveal all my strategies.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is a surefire way to lose.
we get the Gouging. So everyone that's playing is over there right now. They're not listening to us, so I wouldn't
count on it.
Some of my strategies. So you get the Dragon Cheer going. Sniper boost the power of critical hit. You get a Razor Claw or a Scope Lens. You give it to a Kingdra. You give it Sniper. When Dragon Cheer hits it, while it's still a Dragon type, not after you Terra. I've made that mistake before, but before you Terra, you can get 2 stages of increased critical hit chance, and 1 stage from the item as well. That guarantees that every move that Kingdra uses is going to be a critical hit. And let me tell you, Charlie, it is so satisfying dropping Draco Meteor after Draco Meteor after Draco Meteor. It doesn't matter that your stats are getting dropped. Yeah. You're just knocking out Pokemon left, right, and centre.
Ben, you don't have to tell me. I came up with the let's not forget, this was the idea. I ran it in the global challenge, going for those Dragon Cheers and the critical hit Dracos.
Right there.
I already am, sir. No, I fully agree. Global Challenge 1 had a lot of fun going for those guaranteed critical hit Draco Meteors. The problem with Draco Meteor and with Muddy Water is sometimes they hit so different that they miss. Yeah. And that puts you in. I remember one Global Challenge game, I was up against a Dondozo. It's a difficult matchup, but I was in the right position. Of course, you can just crit through those boosts.
Yep.
Then you missed the Draco Meteor, and that happened twice, and that spelled disaster for the game plan. Well, exactly, yeah. But
depends on how it's trained.
Fundamentally, trainers, we've got the plushie representing both teams we're running this weekend. We've got Kingdra for Ben, and we've got Snom here for the Frostmoth that I'll be running. So let's see how those go down this weekend. I can't wait to be playing. Oh, we've got a beautiful, seductive man in the back here. If it isn't Simon van der Bucht here, the reason why we are all here this weekend. All of the trainers, us casters, everyone here helping the event run smoothly, and we could not be more grateful to Simon for the opportunity, and of course the entire Belgian community, not just the Belgian community,
we've got to call out
trainers all over the world. Simon is someone who's, works as a judge sometimes as well, sometimes a caster himself, organizing these events, does so much for the community. So to be able to give back like this is, an honor.
Absolutely. I mean, what doesn't Simon actually do in the Pokemon community? When you find the answer to that, traders, please let us know.
He's got points.
We haven't found it yet.
He's qualified for the VG World Championships, but he's got points in TCG.
Points in TCG. I think he's got
and
points in Go.
And Go, yeah, for sure.
As well.
Yeah.
Playing and also, of course, hosting not just our mid-season showdowns and Premier Challenges, but also the League Cups for the trading card game, organising those events as well for Pokemon Go. So it's not just the video game community that Simon is so well known for, but it's every Pokemon community member can come together and be a part of this thing. And Simon, he's up here right now. Come here. Let us appreciate you.
Speaking to our microphone, Simon, how are you feeling about the weekend?
I'm okay.
I'm just.
I'm feeling quite fine. Bit stressful with the first round drama. With the
you know what? Yeah, technology can fight you sometimes.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is today quite fighting. It's my white whale today. But no, honestly, I'm quite happy to see this many players, especially like from other countries. That's the most fun part.
We've got a great turnout here. 24 players.
24. Well, I don't know. Actually, I genuinely don't know.
20-something players.
20-something players.
20-something.
I'm trying to hold the mic close to you, but I also don't want to be too revealing with my.
This is fine. This works for me.
But it's such a good turnout, and as you say, you have. This is such a good location for the Belgian community. We have German participants. We have people from the Netherlands coming along as well.
Yeah.
So it really is a great community that you're able to be building. Like,
and it's far enough from the French players as well, because it's a bit harder for them to get here. But honestly, I don't want them to farm us too much. Get
everyone here the opportunity to get some championship points.
Except
Make it earn that way.
I'm very happy to be able to do this. This is nearing the end of the season, of course, so less turnout, but this is something that we want to do every 3 months, at least one weekend of double MSS, because Spain has these big events, Italy has these big events, and honestly, I feel like Central Europe should be able to get that as well. And like, if you're the judge and you want to work with this as well, hit me up on Twitter, on X, whatever, Discord, anything. Like this this can go bigger. And look, official casters that came here, they are willing to come here to.
Of course we are. Of course we are.
Yeah.
Beautiful place, beautiful man, beautiful place to be.
Good
it's
service.
an honor to be helping out this weekend. Shimon is certainly someone that you want to have in your life, trainer. So definitely hit Shimon up. You know, even if you don't want to get involved in the events, just to be part of the community.
Definitely.
Shimon is certainly someone to have.
And of course, we I don't know if we can see the hall.
Oh yeah,
from-
no,
we can maybe turn the camera around a little bit and see how much space we've got here. There is so much space for us to expand this event.
Yeah.
So if you're thinking, hey, I want to come to a local, I want to be involved a little bit more in what's going on here and in the community, get some last championship points, maybe trial out teams that we were talking about before. This is a great place to do it, and Shimon is so good at keeping these events, as we were saying, running smoothly, running well. Everybody's having a great time here. Yeah, we've got so much space to work in, but we can fill this up.
The only thing that's not having a great time is that phone camera stand there that was struggling a little bit, but we're back. We're back. Shimon,
So it is going.
you talk about how well it's been going. It certainly is going well, and thank you for showing us the venue there, Shimon, even if it came at the cost of a little bit of stability in the phone and camera stand. Looks like we'll shortly be able to get into round 3 here at the Belgium MSS. Now, so far in our matches that we've seen, both times it's been more of a balanced team up against a less expected team. And is that going to be the case again? Now, let's not forget that both times the less expected team has been the one that's come out on top. So is that going to be the case again? Well, glancing my eyes down this team list, yep, it's going to be some unexpected stuff on both sides. So get ready, trainers.
The unexpected pick is definitely going to be coming
Oh
out
my
on top here.
goodness.
And yes, you are reading your screen correctly. Oakapon Cornerstone, we've got another chance, Charlie, to be seeing it.
Yeah.
We've also got the Latios. Now, I haven't seen Latios for a very long time in competitive play, but also the Tyranitar as well. Venusaur, just Benjamin's team.
I
Really,
love
just
this
Benjamin's
team.
It's so
good.
cool.
And you've got the double weather as well with Tyranitar and indeed the Torkoal. So the sun can set up for the Venusaur, the sand can set up for something more like the Ogerpon Cornerstone to give it a boost to its special defenses. And then you've got Latios there to provide really good support as well as damage. It will be carrying the Soldew. And then Frigiraf providing the support it does so well, but it will be carrying the throat spray so it can boost up its offenses as well. Such a cool team.
Yeah, it's okay, right. We've got a lot of hype for Benjamin's team,
But we've got to look at
Kush's
as
team
well.
is looking great
Yeah.
as well. The same combination that we saw do so well with Kristoff in round 1, with Farigiraf and Blood Moon Ursaluna there, supported with Ogerpon Cornerstone as well.
Yeah.
But one of my favorites is Roaring Moon. I really love this Pokemon. I love how it can really change the scope of a game. And not only that, but this Roaring Moon is carrying a completely different set because it's supported by a Torkoal. It doesn't want to run the usual booster energy set because Sun activates the photosynthesis before the booster energy gets a chance to. And therefore you can't use acrobatics in the same way. The acrobatics doesn't boost up in power. So instead, this is running a Clear Amulet knockoff Terra Blast, Terra Fire, and Breaking Swipe, playing a more aggressive Roaring Moon rather than the maybe supportive Tailwind ones that we're more inclined to be seeing with Breaking Swipe as well.
Yeah, and that means that you can still hit something like the Venusaur over on Benjamin's side for super effective damage, even though you're not running a flying type move, and get boost from the same type attack bonus as well from the Terra Fire there. It's not every day that you see an Ogerpon Cornerstone mirror, but that's certainly what we've got coming on. Ogerpon Cornerstone, I believe, is the most common Ogerpon we've seen on stream so far today. So, I mean, that's what Belgium has to offer, trainers. They are just bringing that spice. They are in the kitchen day in, day out, serving up these spicy, spicy dishes. And now we get to chill out in the sun as well, brought by the Torkoal mirror that's also going on in this particular game. I'm so excited to get into the game. So we're not going to be showing the team lists on screen, so we can take a bit of a deeper dive into how these teams are working. Let's pick up on this Latios here, which I'm sure everyone is thrilled to be seeing. Tailwind and Recover, but then also Draco, Meteor, and the Luster Purge carrying the Soul Dew that, of course, only Latios and Latias can benefit from in order to boost up its Dragon and Psychic type moves. But there's no Latios on the field right now. Going to be Venusaur and the Torkoal, Snoozer, and the Roaring Moon and Ogerpon Cornerstone.
Ogerpon Cornerstone, we finally got it on the field. It's going to be able to put out a little bit of pressure here, of course, pressuring down the Torkoal with an Ivy Cudgel and not worrying so much about any potential... oh my... wow.
Yes, we've just seen the Terra Rock on the Venusaur.
Terra Rock and Weather Ball here coming out as well.
That means it will be able to take not very effective damage from the Fire-type Terra Blast coming out from Roaring Moon if that is indeed what is selected. We're going to be showing the over-the-shoulder camera instead. Let's do this the classic way. As the Soundstream will be changing the weather once again. That's going to be, though, providing a boost to the special defense of the Ogerpon over on the other side of the field and chipping away at everything else. Time for a Terra Trainers. Let's get into this fascinating matchup.
And it's going to be a Terra on the Roaring Moon. We discussed this earlier. It is Terra Fire. Has the opportunity to go for Terra Blast. And now with the Torkoal switching out in favor of the Tyranitar, that Venusaur isn't going to be as fast. We're going to see the Terra.
It's going to be the Terra Rock onto... Yes, because the Tyranitar just switched in. So that means it's going to be taking that boost to its special defense as well in the Sandstorm. Yeah. That is a temple atop that flower that Venusaur is rocking, and we are all worshipping it as Terrified Terra Blast comes out, connecting down, not very effective now, into the Venusaur. Oh yeah, takes that so very well. And Ivy Cudgel connecting down into the Tyranitar here as well, taking neutral damage. Here comes the Rock-type Weather Ball, boosted by the Terra Rock into the Terrifier Roaring Moon. There it is. That's a one-hit knockout. We are having an absolute Terra Blast right now.
Charlie, I don't know what to say.
You have to take a moment for breath there.
Just take over for a second, because I need to, like, honestly...
Let's let Ben recover.
Really, seriously.
We've got 3 rock types on the field. I mean, what is going on?
This is amazing. It's amazing. For those of you watching at home, I hope that you keep yourself a little bit more contained than we are right now, because, wow. Right, let's just decompress. The conflicting Terra types here, the changing of the weather. It's not the Terra type or Terra Blast that's Terra type Terra Blast that's going to be making the impact for Venusaur. In fact, the Weather Ball and the weather opportunity that it has on the field. And usually putting sand on the field is contradictory to what the Venusaur wants to be doing, but wow, Benjamin has really taken advantage of that, and it looks like he's going to be doing that again. Getting the drought on the field, Venusaur's now going to be able to activate its chlorophyll as well.
Yeah.
But might go after the Flutter Mane because of that photosynthesis speed boost.
Oh, but the Venusaur is going to be hanging on, even though it took neutral damage rather than resisted. It's lost its poison typing. That Terra Blast is going to bring that Flutter Mane down to below half its health. But the Life Orb recall is going to be enough to take it out. But that Venusaur put in so much work.
This Ogerpon could be going now for a grass type move, so we're seeing.
Yes, it is.
There we go. Woodhammer into the Torkoal.
Woodhammer resisted into the Torkoal, takes that really, really well. I love Terra Rock on the Venusaur. It means that not only are you resisting fire, but you're resisting flying as well, which is a type that is really quite hard to resist and a type that can do so much in the regulation set F meta game. But this is where the double weather comes in that we were calling out earlier as Tyranitar hits the field again.
It's something that I theoried a while ago for a Moongus, but never really got any traction on, but I'm loving seeing it on the Venusaur. And I don't know, this actually could be the UK with the amount of times the weather has changed this match so far.
Well, no, because the sun came out, so that would never...
Yeah, okay. No, it would have been... Sand and rain would have been the way that would have worked for the UK.
When was the last time you remember getting a sandstorm in the UK, man? I feel like we're surely we're in the desert, surely. Surely we're in the desert rather than in the UK. But anyway, the sand is on the field right now, thanks to that Tyranitar. It's also running the heavy slam move that would be dealing super effective damage into the Fluttermane. That's a neutral hit from the Dazzling Gleam. Tyranitar is able to hang on. Again, yes, that special defense boost from the sand, huge. Super effective IVV Cudgel coming down into the Torkoal here. So this Tyranitar is now left to its own devices. It's looking grumpy, especially now Torkoal is down. That's going to be a double connect on the Rock Slide. Going to be a knockout onto the Fluttermane. And the Ogerpon hanging on there as well.
Yeah, nice knockout there for Benjamin onto the Fluttermane. I think that really does pave the way for the Latios that we know is sitting, waiting in the wings in the back. Now, this Tyranitar is going to struggle to really do too much work, depending on whether or not this Latias or this Ogerpon are going to act first. Both trainers are down to their final 2 Pokemon. And so if Latios is able to be trained to be as fast as possible and Ogerpon is trained to be as fast as possible, it turns into a coin flip as to which one of these Pokemon is going to be acting first. So if the Latios is able to strike into the Ogerpon and knock it out, then the Rock Slide follow-up on the Torkoal is probably enough to do enough damage in this scenario. But if the Ogerpon goes first, well, it's a different story.
Oh, that's Luster Purge coming out first from the Latios into the Ogerpon. That's enough for the knockout. So that is an entirely wasted helping hand. I guess the Torkoal does have hands. I guess they're all helping foot coming out from the Torkoal. Rock Slide is going to be connecting, going to be single target, super effective onto the Torkoal, not enough for the knockout. But oh my goodness, how well Benjamin has played this game.
Again, we were talking about it in round 2. Tight margins between these 2 trainers. It does depend on the training of these 2 Pokemon there, but I'd be really surprised if it didn't come down to the decision as like, well, we flip that coin. If it's heads, Latios goes first. If it tails, Ogerpon goes first, because both of them want to be trained to be as fast as they want to be. And hey, it went in Benjamin's favor, but I don't even know what to say about that match. Like, right from the start, absolutely explosive from both trainers, leveraging their terror options, leveraging the weather control on Benjamin's side of the field to get a foot in, to get an advantage in the early game, and then being able to just allow the opportunity for Latios to be able to knock out that Ogerpon in the end game. Kusha played so well. Trying to also get into a good position, trying to use that Terra Fire, Terra Blast on the Roaring Moon to great effect. But I think we all double took when the Terra Rock came out onto the Venusaur.
There's no other way of saying it. Benjamin's team rocks. Yeah. I'll let myself out.
Yeah,
I'll let myself out. We've got the Beware bodyguard there as well, guarding the stream, which thank you for all your service there, Beware. I wonder, do you think helping hand Rock-type Ivy Cudgel onto the Latios, do you think it would have been enough for the knockout? Yeah. Would have been? Yeah, okay.
I think
all
so.
right. Well, then, yeah, we could have been looking at a very different match there. But then, of course...
And then the Rock Slide would have gone off. It would have done a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe actually.
Would it have taken out the Ogerpon? I think it could have done. It would be a neutral hit into the Ogerpon, so it could have still been Benjamin's game, even if
could have been. Yeah,
even if it went down into, even if the Latios had acted second in that particular turn. But anyway, I know you're all crying out to see how game 2 of this particular matchup goes, and the trainers are just getting ready and set on the stage. Are we going to see the Terror Rock Venusaur again? Of course, you've got to look to Kusha's Blood Moon Ursaluna there.
Yeah,
that could be
is
threatening very big, super effective damage. So let's get into it. There is the Ogerpon and Roaring Moon again. This time it's going to be the Shivering Frigoroth and the tiny Torkoal.
The tiny Torkoal.
That could.
Definitely, and I love this adjustment here from Benjamin going for the Trick Room opportunity. And just trying to maybe mitigate the Trick Room option that Kusha has available, because certainly something I was looking at is whether Kusha could just play that sort of Trick Room game with all of the Rock-type threatening Pokemon that Benjamin had on their side of the field. Earth Power does seem like a good thing to be able to use. It's super effective against the Tyranitar, super effective against the Torkoal, super effective against a Terra Rock Venusaur as well. Even if it's not, it's going to be doing lots and lots of damage. So, yeah, I think Benjamin may be trying to play into that a little bit. But just like in Game 1, it's the Terra Fire coming out from Roaring Moon, turn 1, game 2.
Terrifier once more, this time no pesky Rocky Venusaur on the field. The Shivering Frigoroth, despite being in the sun, is going to be quaking enough in its boost to keep itself safe with a Protect there. So no damage coming out right now into that slot, as Woodhammer was connecting down into Frigoroth as well, so really well called by Benjamin here, keeping the correct slot safe as Yawn is able to be fired off into that Fire-type Roaring Moon, potentially forcing a pivot heading into this next turn.
Now, yeah, it could force a pivot, but is stopping the Trick Room enough of a priority to maybe just go for the damage anyway with the Roaring Moon? It's like, hey, even if I'm asleep, I know that I have other Pokemon on my side of the field that can do a lot of work. And of course, Ogerpon still has access to its Sturdy ability. Even if the Torkoal goes for an Eruption, it's not going to be able to get the knockout. So do you this turn, after the Protect on the Farigiraf, target into that slot and make sure that you're either stopping the Trick Room or doing lots of damage, as it seems, to the Pokemon on the switch-in to be able to try and get yourself in a better overall position later on.
Well, Sandstream is going to be switching up the weather right now as Knockoff will be connecting down into the Tyranitar for not very effective damage. If you enjoyed that smiley shot of me and Ben there, trainers, then a little Easter egg for you as Ivy Cudgel connects down for neutral damage into the Tyranitar. Overheat really not doing too much to the Ogerpon. Of course, it's got that boost to its special defense from the sand. The sun is no longer up either. Torkoal has now received a little drop to its special attack, so a Jetpack will be switching it out right now.
Yes.
And it looks like it's going to be Frigoroth coming back in.
Love that. Just to explain what's happening there for our traders at home, we know that the Roaring Moon is going to be going to sleep at the end of this turn. So utilizing both the switch out and the defensive switch in that Tyranitar has been so well known for in the video game championships over the years to be able to switch in, but then getting the eject back to bring the Farigiraf back in. Now it's only the Ogerpon Cornerstone that's going to be able to do damage to the Farigiraf, and Farigiraf is going to, even if the Ivy Cudgel gets a critical hit, it's likely to still hang on, and so it's a way to guarantee almost that Trick Room's going to go up. At the same time, you definitely don't want that Tyranitar to get a Rock Slide off against your Ogerpon and the Roaring Moon, so just such a good play there from Benjamin.
Yeah, Ogerpon, well, no, the Roaring Moon is going to be going to the back as Torkoal rejoins the fray, changing that weather up. Ivy Cudgel, Rock type, neutral into the Tyranitar. That's going to be going down out for Benjamin. So Kusha pivoting around just as well as they need to, but Trick Room is now going to be able to be set up. That Frigoroth was in quite the safe position to be able to do that. And look at the health bars remaining to Benjamin up his sleeve. Still such healthy Pokemon in the back. So Trick Room going up, and now of course you get the free switch in into the Torkoal, so potentially that's not a knockout that actually Kusha would have wanted to take.
But I really like how Kusha is playing this particular turn, knowing that they took a disadvantage in the last turn. It's like, well, I can't stop Trick Room going up, but what I can do is try to knock out the Pokemon that do well in Trick Room, but also bring him a Torkoal. It's a Torkoal mirror at the end of the day in many respects, and bringing that Torkoal in while it's not threatened. The Farigiraf is definitely going for the Trick Room, and you know you're knocking out the other Pokemon. So you can bring it in completely for free here and say, well, okay, yeah, you're going to set the Trick Room up, but I'm going to take advantage of it just as much as you are.
It's true, yeah. Getting the right Pokemon in the right position at the right time. Kusha is now, you know, having got wise from that previous game, now adapting a little bit to the strategies that Benjamin is throwing out. As Roaring Moon is going to rejoin the field, it's still going to be asleep, but the sun is going to give it a boost to its attack, so hoping that that will wake up soon. As Torkoal keeping itself safe to scout out and trying to stall out these turns of Trick Room, but Frigoroth trying to do the same. So Torkoal here, if it happens to go for an Earth Power into the slot, well, no, it doesn't have Earth Power, it has Body Press instead, and still Torkoal such a physically defensive Pokemon, dealing really good damage there.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, the fact that it only has on Benjamin's side Overheat rather than Eruption, which is present on Kusha's Torkoal, actually means that the Torkoal on Kusha's side is really, so to speak, in the driving seat. Now the question is, again, when you're playing Pokemon against Pokemon, how are they trained? It seems that Kusha could be trained to be a little bit slower or faster in Trick Room, getting the Eruption off first and doing big damage, while Benjamin just satisfied by trying to put Kush's Pokemon to sleep and stop what seems to be a really great offensive position for Kusha in the face of Trick Room.
Yeah, now Trick Room's been reversed, so that Roaring Moon would be acting first right now if it's able to sleep. So perhaps Benjamin banking on the fact that that Roaring Moon is going to be staying asleep for at least one more turn, trying to neutralize that threat. But Kusha playing so well that Benjamin had to reverse their own Trick Room, recognizing that Kusha had the tools up his sleeve, able to deal with the Trick Room and not liking staring down the Torkoal, on the other side of the field as well. And we know the Benjamin has that Latios lurking in the back, and so that's going to be, once the Trick Room expires, that is going to be, well now the Trick Room has gone. That could be really crucial heading into the later stages of this game for Benjamin.
I think so. It's like, I think the thing that makes this really good for
It's
Kusha,
awake.
It's awake.
And
yeah,
it's the
taking
knockoff
its
there,
guaranteed.
and their Torkoal is going to be hanging on, and Hyper Voice goes off, down, just a little bit of chip damage, but now the Throat Spray is activated.
And it's going to be another attack that's going to be coming from these Torkoals. Body press into the Torkoal on Kusha's side of the field, but not taking the knockout here. Weather Ball leveraging that stun is going to be enough to take the knockout on Torkoal on Benjamin's side of the field. And now the Torkoal on Kusha's side of the field will take its little bit of a nap.
Yeah, time for Torkoal to go to sleep as Roaring Moon woke up just when it needed to there. You were going on to say something there, Ben, earlier when that Roaring Moon woke up.
Right,
I don't know.
so the way that the Roaring Moon came in earlier, preserving Kusha's Ogerpon cornerstone, I think that's really, really important, especially when we get to this late stage of the game. You kind of want to set up the Trick Room if you're playing with the Farigiraf on Benjamin's side of the field, but that doesn't really do too well against that pretty speedy Latios. So, yeah, lots of good preservation coming in from the Pokemon that Kusha's got remaining. We haven't even seen the fourth Pokemon, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I don't believe we have. Well, there was Ogerpon, Torkoal, Roaring. Yeah, no, I don't think we have seen the fourth Pokemon yet. Knockoff going to be super effective, and a one-hit knockout into the Latios there. That Soldew acting against it in that particular position. But that's a really good calc for Benjamin to know heading later into the game, or into a game 3 that we may be going for right now. Trick Room being set up, but of course this just gives Torkoal free reign to act first.
Well, it depends on whether or not the Torkoal wakes up. The Torkoal has now fallen asleep. That means it's got one turn of guaranteed sleep. We've seen the Throat Spray has already been activated onto the Farigiraf. There's no more sand on the field, so the Ogerpon doesn't get that special defense boost. So maybe, on a hope and a prayer, this Farigiraf could get through the rest of the game.
Okay.
It's going to take the double knockout this turn on the Torkoal's guaranteed turn of sleep. There's going to be Ogerpon and one more Pokemon left for Kusha. Depending on what that is, it's possible that it's Benjamin. It's a tall order.
Yeah, well, if there's one Pokemon that can handle tall orders, it is that Farigiraf with its long neck. So let's see if it's able to claw this back, or hoof this back, I should say, as Ogerpon rejoins the field. And this is it, the reveal of the final Pokemon. It's Splattermane, so the Trick Room has been set up. So really good call there by Benjamin. So it will be the Farigiraf acting first, but, on such low health, it's now looking like it might be a little bit too much of a tall order.
Yeah, you need your Hyper Voice to be hitting both targets, and the Splattermane just takes away that opportunity. So Ivy Cudgel here coming into the Farigiraf, Ogerpon Cornerstone, taking this game for Kusha. And wow, this is going to another game 3 that we've had in this Belgian MSS. These trainers are playing so well, finding a way. Maybe you don't go so well in the first game, but then finding a way to adapt and taking it to a game 3 and having those really fine margins, making some difficult decisions there. Because looking at that game 2, it looked really good for the way that Benjamin played that early game, using the eject pack on the Torkoal to reposition itself, getting the Trick Room up onto the field. But then you see the effect of what sets that you're running on the Torkoal and how that matters going into Trick Room. It turns out that if your opposing Torkoal has Eruption, Trick Room may not be the place that you want to be.
Exactly. Really well played by Kusha there, and I would not be surprised at all to see Torkoal coming out once more. And if you're Benjamin, you've got to be thinking right now, maybe it's time for Venusaur again. it worked so well in that first game, and it's Pokemon that could have put in work in that second game as well. I mean, the Roaring Moon once again went for the Terra Fire,
Yep.
and of course, Rock would have been the Weather Ball in the Sandstorm that it has access to would have been Rock type into
Yep.
the Torkoal
Yep.
as well.
Yep.
And
the
of
Sludge
course,
Bomb as well into
Sludge
the-
Bomb into Fluttermane, and
Yep.
if you don't Terra, then it resists the Fairy. I mean, let's face it, we just want to see the Venusaur. It might not be Benjamin's game plan for this particular game, but we'd love to see it coming out again. We did see the Latios, but we haven't seen the Latios achieve too much in either of the games. In the game one, it was able to get the Luster Purge off and take out the Ogerpon before it could move, but perhaps Latios will be able to achieve more. And once again, we saw that the knockoff was enough for a one-hit knockout into the Latios carrying the Soul Juice. So that's really useful for Benjamin going forward, and potentially you want to be utilizing the Latios sooner rather than later for that reason. We'll have to see.
So one of the things that I want to see,
Yeah.
Charlie coming out here,
Tell me that.
specifically Benjamin.
Yeah. Your namesake. Your namesake.
My namesake.
Benjamin.
My namesake.
Yeah.
My namesake is the Tyranitar with its Terra Flying.
Oh, right.
That, for me, could be a really good way to play this game. We're not going to see it straight off the bat. That Latios coming in early, maybe trying to set up the Tailwind. But we've got a sneak peek in the back here that there is no Torkoal this time around. So maybe it will be Tyranitar's time to shine here, especially if the Roaring Moon continues to opt for the Terra Fire early. And given that this Latios is Terra Steel, you can go for the knockoff to get the one-hit knockout. But if you go off from the Roaring Moon onto the Latios, but if they go for the Terra Steel, Benjamin goes for the Terra Steel, and we see, just like in Game 1, a slightly different scenario where the Roaring Moon instead goes for the Terra Fire, Terra Blast into the Latios and gets the knockout that way. It's a lot of mind games to be navigating around.
There certainly is a lot of mind games coming out there, Ben. Thank you for that detailed insight. As the sound stream is going to be set up by the Tyranitar, here comes the Terra in this thrilling 3-game set between Kusha and Benjamin. That's going to be the Latios going for the steal, so it's no longer taking super effective damage from the knockoff, as you were saying there, Ben. So it's a speedy, steely Pokemon as knockoff. In fact, connects down into the Tyranitar, knocking off the choice band that the Tyranitar was carrying. So really neutralizing the damage output of that Pokemon. Tyranitar still sticking around, took a couple of hits there, but it's a beefy Pokemon. It can take that. And now, crucially, Latios getting that Tailwind ready to go. So from Trick Room in the previous game to a far speedier, zoomier, steelier affair in this Game 3.
The question I've got is the Torkoal in the back for Kusha? That would change up the board state quite significantly, I think. Allow for a Terra Fire, Terra Blast to be able to maybe knock out the Latios quite easily. It would take away the special defense boost as well, of course, for later on that Tyranitar as well. That might be a little bit more crucial. Hard to switch in front of a Rock Slide, of course, from the Tyranitar. And it really does depend, because this Tyranitar can't protect itself, how fast this Tyranitar has been trained. Does it outspeed this Roaring Moon, even in the Tailwind?
Well, we're not going to find out this turn because Roaring Moon is going to the back. Tailwind is now set up for Benjamin, and that could be, where there's a fast Rock Slide, there can be a way for any trainer getting flinches heading into that turn. Ogerpon not wanting to take any damage this turn. Draco Meteor was going into that Roaring Moon slot. Really good switch there from Kusha. Is this Rock Slide going to connect down onto the Fluttermane? It looks like it will be. Taking a big damage there, down to about half health. Of course, Fluttermane not so well known for its physical bulk. That's why trainers tend to invest a lot into the training of the physical bulk on that Pokemon at the moment.
It kind of tells you that the Tyranitar might be trained to be a little bit speedier, but because it's such a naturally slow Pokemon, even in Tailwind, you have to wonder whether or not it's going to be able to outspeed. Certainly not Pokemon like Fluttermane very easily without a lot of speed investment. And when you're also investing towards the Trick Room and reversing those dimensions, it's a really hard balance to strike between playing speed investment, but also playing to be that bit slower so you can take advantage of the speed control there. But Kusha playing on the defensive again, and also turning off the sand here. Now that the Fluttermane is in play, it's on the field, you want to take away that special defense boost that Tyranitar is offering with its Sandstream ability.
And giving a speed boost to the Fluttermane in the process.
Yeah.
In the face of the Tailwind, that's up on Benjamin's side of the field. And if you're wondering why that Latios wasn't taking any chip damage from the Sandstorm, Terra Steel type now, it's going to be immune to that, as would Ground.
Ooh, it does
and
get
Rock
the
types as
KO.
well, and that's the KO onto the Fluttermane from the Luster Purge. Latios putting in a lot more work this game, just as we were saying before this particular Game 3, Ben, that we'd love to see it doing. And Venusaur is now out in the sun, so Kusha switched off the sand, Torkoal coming in, but of course those are conditions under which Venusaur can thrive, and that's what I love about the way this Venusaur is built. It can also thrive under the sandstorm conditions as well, because it has that Terra Rock boosting from the boosting on the special defense side, and able to get a Rock Weather Ball off too. And now the Roaring Moon hasn't terrestrialized, so it's not going to be taking super effective damage from any Rock type moves like the Rock Slide that Tyranitar has in the back. So yeah, this game, it feels like a far cry from the previous two.
It really does, and again, there's still some difficult decisions to be made here. I mean, do you go for a Draco Meteor into the Roaring Moon, knowing that there's no Fluttermane switch in now? You know that you're going to be doing lots of damage. It can protect itself, but equally, so can the Torkoal. And you've got to make that call between this, if you're Benjamin, as to what slot do you target into, and how much do you really try. Yeah, this is because the Roaring Moon just wants to protect. While you're a Terra Steel on your Latios, you are weak to those fire type attacks from Torkoal.
Yeah, and is that Torkoal going to be taking advantage of it right now? It's going to go for the eruption, yeah.
As well, yeah.
And it's full health.
Really
it's going to be super effective into the Latios, and it will continue to be into the Venusaur as well, given it now cannot terrestrialize away from its grass typing. So really, that was an absolutely crucial turn there, calling the Draco Meteor going into the Roaring Moon, so keeping that slot safe. If that had been targeted into the Torkoal, then that could have really turned the tides in Benjamin's favour instead.
Well played to Kusha here, because it's quite easy in this situation to overextend, to think, well, okay, the protect on the Roaring Moon is kind of obvious, so maybe my opponent's going to target down the Torkoal that's less likely to go for a protect. But Kusha's just like, do you know what? I'm going to play it straight and just go for the protect on the Roaring Moon, knowing that it's a pretty important piece of the puzzle for the last sort of stages of this game, and instead just, you know what, no, I'm going to take the opportunity. If I get this right, the Latios goes down, the Tailwind ends, there's no more Tailwind left for Benjamin, and you can really take advantage of that, especially knowing that there is a very slow Tyranitar in the back.
It's looking like a very nice Ivy Cudgel Rock type into the Torkoal there, but perhaps thinking that's a little bit too predictable. Instead, Ogerpon going to keep itself safe. Sludge Bomb going down into the Roaring Moon. It does get the poison there as well, so that timer will be ticking away, but what will also be ticking away is the health bar on the Venusaur, given it is carrying the Life Orb there, and that's a breaking swipe down into the Venusaur there, so chipping away there. Good call on the protect, because the Ogerpon did keep itself safe, and with the Weather Ball there too.
Yeah, no, the Weather Ball is a clever call in this particular scenario for Kusha, because if you take any damage on the Torkoal, the eruption power goes down, and if you're at 25% of your health, then even though the Venusaur is taking a lot of damage, even though it's super effective, you can still struggle to be able to knock it out. And so Weather Ball, a good scenario in this spot, especially after your Torkoal is more likely to take those damaging hits from an Ivy Cudgel after an attack drop that the breaking swipe affords. So yeah, like what both of these trainers are trying to do. But yeah, I think Benjamin coming up on the upper end of that, especially getting the poison, especially with that extra spiky shield damage from the breaking swipe going into it.
Yeah, this truly is the end game here, and both trainers have to play immaculately in order to be the one coming out on top. It's 2 games apiece here as we enter the end game, as Ivy Cudgel was going into the protected Roaring Moon. That could be absolutely huge for Kusha right now. Weather Ball is going to be able to connect. It's going to be neutral damage into the Ogerpon, and it's huge damage at that. Down to just 13 HP, as the Roaring Moon does have that poison damage chipping away as well.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Charlie. Did the Roaring Moon go before the Venusaur? I think it might have done.
The Roaring Moon...
No, it went after. It went after. Yeah, okay. So the Roaring Moon being at so little health now, and the sun still being on the field, the Venusaur going first will stop the Roaring Moon from picking up the KO, and then the Ivy Cudgel can follow along from Benjamin's Cornerstone Ogerpon. I think the thing that Kush is probably wants to try to bank on here is that this Torkoal is going to be able to take both of those attacks and be able to force Tyranitar back onto the field. And it's a Sludge Bomb on the switch in. Ogerpon Cornerstone, that Sludge Bomb. Benjamin, I'm going to have to talk to, see how he's trained his Venusaur, because these poisons are coming up turn after turn after turn.
Okay, and now that's big. Ivy Cudgel into Torkoal, but the Torkoal is able to hang on there. Weather Ball into the Venusaur. That's going to be enough for the knockout in the sun. So really well-trained Torkoal there too. Of course, the Ogerpon still wouldn't have gone down in one hit to a Sludge Bomb because it has the sturdy ability there. Sunlight is going to fade right now, but if Kush so wants to, could set it right back up. Yes, those poisons keep coming out, but now Tyranitar comes out, sets up the sand. That's at least a turn because Torkoal on Kush's side is already out. You'd have to switch it out and back in to set up that sand. And with the poison chipping away as well as the Sandstorm, that could be huge, especially for the Roaring Moon. Of course, the Ogerpon isn't going to be taking chip from the Sandstorm, being a part rock type.
I think this comes down potentially to the training of these Ogerpon and which one is going to be going first. Kusha's going first here and being able to knock out that Tyranitar in one. But of course, Ivy Cudgel coming out from Benjamin's own is going to be able to knock out Kusha's Ogerpon Cornerstone here. Leave this Torkoal to be acting here, getting the Weather Ball, picking up the KO. Kusha is going to take this game free and the set.
Swamp the Ogerpon. That couldn't be a better nickname, really, for an Ogerpon, as Kusha Karnani is your winner of that thrilling 3-game set. My goodness, Ben. I mean, we featured 2 balanced teams up against more off-the-wall teams earlier on today. This time, neither was a balanced team. One of them did have a Terror Rock Venusaur on it, though, and that is kind of the trump card right now. That wasn't the team that won, but it was still such in this Ogerpon Cornerstone mirror, it was Kusha's that came out on top. And we didn't even see the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It was the Roaring Moon that came to all 3 games, and the Terrifier sometimes worked against it. That game, Terrifier was not what was chosen, and still able to put in a lot of work there as well.
I think Kusha played really, really well for the long game rather than the short game. You know, struggled a little bit to get any momentum in game 3 and really leverage the power of Roaring Moon that we saw in games 1 and 2, but ultimately ended up protecting the right pieces at the right time and getting to an end game where, it turned out the Ogerpon went first on Kusha's side of the field and was able to dispatch of that Tyranitar, which allowed the Torkoal the freedom to go for the Weather Ball. But you've got to make those plays in the turn, and to get the opportunity to play that potential speed tie between the 2 Ogerpon, you have to manage your resources throughout the entirety of the game well enough to do so.
Yeah, and speaking of managing resources, I mean, I think both trainers did such a good job of that, and especially in game 3, it was really down to the wire, seeing every single move choice counted heading into the end game of game 3. I think it was a tailwind that was opted for in that game 3. It was more Trick Room in game 2, and it was Terror Rock Venusaur, that speed control in game 1.
So good.
Yeah, of course, not providing any speed control at all, of course, but it was the MVP of that particular game. Something that, again, Terror Rock, you resist fire and flying, which is huge for Venusaur. Then take neutral from ice and neutral from psychic. So yes, then you open yourself to super effective damage from ground type moves, but it's something the problem about terrestrializing, even though Venusaur isn't a pure grass type, the problem about terrestrializing from grass into rock is both types have a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah.
And so it's sort of, you've got to be in exactly the right position to click that Terror Rock button, because you've got to be sure that there's nothing in the back that your opponent could dish out that would be super effective. And with a type like Rock, it could well be the case.
I think there's 2 ways, and there always has been 2 ways to really look at your Terra option. So in the case of, say, Fluttermane, it kind of works in both ways, but largely Terra Fairy is an offensive play rather than defensive play. It makes you susceptible to things like Fake Out at the expense of doing lots and lots of damage and picking up the knockouts you need. And that's the way that I'm really thinking about this Venusaur in Benjamin's team. The rock type coverage is something that's really useful to be able to knock out particular Pokemon. Then you Terra into the rock type, you get the same type of attack bonus. It's boosted by the Life Orb as well. If you're in a spot where you can bring that Tyranitar in and the speed tiering is not too much of an issue for you, and you know that you're going to get that Weather Ball off, then you can pick up some key knockouts. And it doesn't matter if your Pokemon's weak to ground, if, say, for argument's sake, you're knocking out a Landorus at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it really does depend on your board state. And I think that's the really fascinating thing about the use of the Terra mechanic. It's not just a case of, well, these two types have lots of weaknesses and this type has also lots of weaknesses different. It's about when do you go for it? When do you lean into the types? When do you recognize, in a lot of cases like Regidragos we see, it's like, well, it turns out steel type Pokemon are really good in this matchup, so let's just have another steel type on my team.
Yes.
Or equally, another Pokemon that's playing alongside Regidrago might Terra into the Dragon type. It's like Dragon types are really good in this scenario. So it's all about timing, it's all about recognizing what your options your opponent has and leveraging what you have in the best possible light.
Yeah. I feel like in that game 3, there are the options that you have, but then there's also making the reads as the game is playing out. And I feel like in that game 3, just a couple of well-placed protects coming out from Kush's side of the field that really limited the momentum coming out from Benjamin's side. Just goes to show why it's the best move in VG. Game 2, more to do with, I'm trying to remember how, I mean, the Trick Room went up. I'm trying to remember how Kusha was able to whittle down the resources.
It was the fact that Trick Room went up and Torkoal on Kush's side of the field.
Yeah,
one
was
went
in
first
position,
under Trick Room, and 2 had the opportunity to go for Eruption. That
Yeah,
was
exactly.
The
Yeah,
key
yeah,
things
yeah.
like, well, Benjamin playing for it, but Kush's like, hey, do you know what? Okay, I can't stop Trick Room this turn. What I can do is put myself in the best possible position while Trick Room is up to leverage that change in speed tiering, and that's what Kusha did really, really well. Hello.
Was trying to get it. Oh,
It's like let's just.
I'll just prop it up like that. What were you saying, Ben?
It's okay. Well, let's just tighten this up here. Yeah.
If you want, you can walk around with the camera.
Okay.
Quite cool.
Sure,
That
yeah.
could be quite cool.
Yeah, at some point.
Yeah. So yeah, there's lots of things that both of these trainers were leveraging, and just exciting to be able to see these teams that we don't always get to broadcast on regional championships, because hey, sometimes they do really well, but it's quite difficult to pilot them into a field where you don't know from round to round what matchup you're going to play, and whether or not somebody else is going to have that sort of spicy pick as well that maybe goes well into yours. So nice to be able to see a little bit of that on the local level too.
Yeah, it's so exciting to be here. Can I just give a shout out as well to the synergy that's going on Benjamin's team? It's so cool. Venusaur, Terra Rock, switch in Tyranitar, you get that boost to the special defense from the Sandstorm being a rock type. Only the rock type gets that, not the steel and ground, even though they are also immune to the sandstorm damage, just something that's worth bearing in mind. Then you also have the Weather Ball that can deal rock type damage, but then you've got the Terra Steel on the Latios, so that's not taking any chip damage from the sandstorm, as mentioned. And the Ogerpon Cornerstone getting a boost to the special defense as well. So yeah, and then with Levitate, it's so it's not taking any damage from ground type moves because it's immune thanks to its ability there. So that means it would only be fire and fighting that could be doing super effective damage to the Latios. So really well constructed team. And then you've got the Torkoal that can come in for the sun, give the chlorophyll boost to the Venusaur instead. And then, there's, it turns out there's no Fluttermane, for example, over on Benjamin's side of the field, giving a Photosynthesis boost. That's something you've got to be careful about pivoting around because you could actually be benefiting your opponent in that situation. But yeah, just so many options up Benjamin's sleeve to be able to pivot around. And, you could be thinking, Venusaur, this is not a Pokemon that's going to win the World Championships this year, but it's all about just getting into the nuts and bolts of what all of these tools offer.
Regulation Set G coming up, though.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Sun. There's Koraidon.
True, yeah.
There's Groudon.
Yeah.
I think, a lot of players will maybe not want to risk the precipice blades missing.
Yeah.
That Groudon has been relinquishing over the last few years, and instead maybe go for a Koraidon. But hey, this could be Venusaur's time to shine in the sun going into Regulation Set G. You were saying earlier, Charlie, that we want to have the opportunity even in Regulation Set F to test these kind of Pokemon and see how they work out. So if you're thinking about Regulation Set G starting in a couple of days' time, if you've already started working on it, Venusaur, you saw it here first.
Terra Rock Venusaur. Yeah. I think there's a middle ground as well, isn't there, where there's putting all your eggs in the Reg G basket at this time, just preparing for that. And there's seeing Reg F through to its conclusion before you turn your attention to Set G. But there is a middle ground where you have your eye on some things that might work in Regulation Set G, and you use this as the training ground to see if that is actually going to be something that's worth leaning into. You don't have access to the restricted tier, but you can do your best sort of attempt to imitate that for the battle conditions right now in Regulation Set F. So these late season events are so important in so many ways. Ultimately, of course, it's points on the line, but heading into Regulation Set G and the final few opportunities for some trainers to secure their invite to the World Championships, there's so much to play for.
Of course, timing is everything, as we were talking about with Terra. If you've got some Regulation Set F tournaments still to play, maybe you're playing in a tournament this weekend as well, and you're just like catching up and seeing what the last opportunities that you have to have a little bit of fun in Regulation Set F and maybe sneak some points here. There's always tomorrow as well. If you've got the resources in your game, you can change up teams between day one and day two. And that's something that's really exciting as well, that we're going to get to feature this weekend. It's not just a stream today and a set of players that'll be playing today, but there's also one tomorrow as well. And you can use different strategies, different tactics. If something maybe didn't work out quite as you were hoping for today, you can come back tomorrow with something maybe a little bit tweaked, maybe slightly different, to use that to your advantage. And again, we talk about it so much, try and get those points. Locals is where so many points are up for grabs. And I talk about it at regionals. Peng Yuzhang, one of the trainers that we have in the UK at the moment, playing so many regional. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't checked this up recently, but must be close to maxing out the amount of points available from local level events and being able to get to the World Championships because of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just alone. Done well at regionals as well, don't get me wrong. Has plenty of championship points, more than enough to secure an invitation to the World Championships in Honolulu this year, but pretty much got there on locals alone. Like, if you take away the regionals, pretty much got there on locals alone. So really, really important.
You don't even have to go that far from your very doorstep in order to earn an invite to Honolulu this year. But you can also, of course, travel further afield and get that added benefit of being able to see the world and meet people from all over the world that also enjoy this wonderful game that we play. And so whichever way you prefer to play, Pokemon offers it all.
It does. Yeah, it really does. And I can't stress this, personally speaking as well. I'm sure you have exactly the same experience. So going to pretty much anywhere in the world at this point, and finding someone with something in common, plays a little bit of Pokemon, and you have that to develop those friendships over the years. The amount of friends I've got that I've been speaking to and had as friends since the very beginning when I started playing in we've reset. We're ready to go, and not just a reset of all of the equipment here, but also what seems to be a reset of the regulation set that we're going in. There's a little sneak preview to one of the Pokemon that we're gonna be featuring in this round 4 of the Lanaken Double MSS weekend. We're here on the Saturday. My name is Ben Kiriak, of course, joined by the wonderful, the merry, as he so well says, Charlie Merriman.
Thank you very much indeed, Ben. I'm certainly feeling merry. I've also had a reset. I put my choice specs on, taking those contact lenses out. Were you about to say Lanaken Regional Championships? Because I would have said that.
Yeah, I know.
I was genuinely, I was about to jump in and say Regional Championships. But it feels like Regional Championships here. We've been seeing such intense battles on stream so far, and a Terra Rock Venusaur in the previous game. That's right, you're going to want to go back and check that one out. But for now, Sherelle Schroeder rocking that Glastria plushie on stream as well. It's such a great, cute plushie, that. And the Glastria on the team.
Yeah.
And here's Beware to welcome us in as well with its waving paw. And on the other side, Christoph, who we were able to feature on stream earlier, in fact, rocking that Blood Moon Ursaluna. We've got a Blood Moon Ursaluna mirror and indeed Farigiraf mirror.
Both of these trainers now at 2 and 1, so both have a good opportunity to get into that top cut. Usually in these mid-season showdowns, there's 5 rounds today for our trainers, and usually a record of 4 wins and 1 loss is pretty comfortable to be able to make it into a top 8, and we do have enough players to guarantee that we're going to be able to play a top 8 bracket later on today. So you can see if either of these trainers can make it through. At 3 wins and 2 losses, it's not guaranteed that you can get in, but it's still possible, and both of these trainers very, very close to their World Championships invites as well.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, Ben and I having a bit of fun on the desk here this weekend as we see some Pokemon we don't commonly see, but the invite is still on the line for these trainers. This is still an official event, and these trainers, here to have fun and mix up their teams a little bit. But fundamentally, if you're angling for that World Championships invite, you don't have too many opportunities to be able to continue to do that. So you've got to get the points while you can, and if you're enjoying Regulation Set F, then you've certainly got to get them this weekend, really, when given that the format is going to shift this coming week to Regulation Set G. I'll give a little call out to the sweet little poltergeist that is being rocked in the headphones of Sherelle Schroeder there on the bottom of our screens as we get into this matchup between Christoph and Sherelle. So it's going to be Blood Moon Ursaluna and Glastria bringing the chills on the field here in the face of Farigiraf and the Ogerbomb Wellspring for Christoph.
So Christoph, a little bit of a recap from earlier. The Farigiraf is carrying the Throat Spray and Hyper Voice to boost up its damage a little bit, but this Glastria is carrying the Terra Fire, the Clear Amulet, Terra Blast, Terra Fire as well. 3 attacks, High Horsepower, and Icicle Crash being the other 2. And this Blood Moon Ursaluna, unlike the safety goggles on Ursaluna on Christoph's team, we have the Life Orb, the more common set on that Ursaluna. So it's lots of damage on Charles' side right from the get-go, maybe trying to take advantage of the Trick Room that Farigiraf can set up.
Yeah, well, with Amoonguss coming in as well, that certainly seems to be the case. But if you're Christoph, you've got to be thinking, do I set up the Trick Room, given I'm in the face of 2 Pokemon that love to be inside it? Well, that's going to be Ogerpon Wellspring going for the Terra, getting a boost to its special defenses. Not going to be too crucial right now, given it was just the Glastria on the field from turn 0. Ivy Cudgel connecting down into in fact, the Glastria, not the freshly switched in Amoonguss, so a good call there. Glastria, though, such a bulky Pokemon, able to survive on more than half its health and taking that Hyper Voice really well as well. Of course, now the Farigiraf is going to be able to lubricate its vocal cords and deal more damage heading into the future turns. High Horsepower connecting down, a little bit of chip damage there too, so no Trick Room being set up quite wisely there by Christoph in that turn.
But Christoph has done something really, really nice in this situation. Charles setting out 2 of the Trick Room attackers, but Trick Room wasn't on the board yet, and so Christoph's done a really good job at leveraging that, just being able to go on the offensive. And certainly now with the Throat Spray that's been activated from the Farigiraf and the special attack boost that comes with it, Hyper Voice is easily going to be able to knock out the Glastria this turn and won't have to worry about the redirection from the Amoonguss.
Right, the Amoonguss there that can go for those Rage Powders, but so many things that can to be stopping it. As in Field, a Pokemon that, of course, prevalent in the game ever since its introduction. As the Ivy Cup won't be doing effectively, or it won't be.
Oh, Psychic!
Into the Amoonguss slot, and the Psychic is covering those bases there, going for an Ivy Cup. But instead, staying in.
Seeing how much damage the high horsepower did to that Farigiraf, I think this was really the right call. Making sure that the Amoonguss goes down, because once you've terrored your Ogerpon, it's no longer a grass type. It can have its moves redirected. It can be put to sleep by a Spore. And so, yeah, really nice targeting there for Christoph. Again, carrying on taking that advantage. But now this Ursaluna has come onto the field for Charl alongside the Incineroar that's maybe not offering fake out support because of Armor Tail on Farigiraf. It's still going to be able to put on a lot of damage, and going for its Terra Normal takes away a lot of its weaknesses while making it that much stronger as a damage dealing Pokemon.
Damage. Given it's also carrying that life force, Ivy Cudgel connecting down one of the spots here. It's going to be the Incineroar, which gives that much, and it won't be able to otherwise. Now, the Incineroar able to for a little bit of Ben, flooding shot will be reducing that Farigiraf's attack. It got that throat spray boost back to, and going back to Charl here. Favor of the.
That's really the only, fortunately for Charl, or unfortunately for Charl, is going to be doing it after the Farigiraf has acted, and therefore will be taking some damage here. Blood Moon from that Blood Moon, Ursaluna focusing down onto the Farigiraf easily enough to pick up the knockout here, but taking that knockout is a little bit of a double-edged sword. I mean, not that it's going to set up Trick Room in, or that Christoph is going to want to set up Trick Room in the face of Ursaluna and the Glastria, and the Incineroar, of course, in the back. But you're also knocking out your only way to get that Trick Room up, because Charl has decided to leave the Farigiraf at home this game.
Right, and we've got to call up. Now, Ursaluna. Rel, Ivy. Incineroar lurking in the back now. One more intimidate. That will be. And still. Blood Moon. Going into the protect, not going to be.
No, and you know, good opportunity for Blood Moon to get back in. I think the important part of knocking out that Farigiraf, especially when we get to this stage of the game, is that every resource that Charl has at their disposal is going to be very, very important, and not least this Incineroar. You have to be able to get at least one attack off for, that is air quotes, free with your Ursaluna if you're going to be able to come back into this game.
Right, Incineroar. Own Incineroar. Now, going to be spread move. So it might be in a bit of Hyper Void will be going in. Threatening poke.
Yeah.
See, and that's exactly the representative of that.
Yeah, and yeah, now it depends on how these Ursaluna are trained. Yeah, there is an advantage to Charl here, because the Ursaluna on their side of the field has got the Terra Normal going, it's got the Life Orb, it's got the power, but there is that Ogerpon waiting in the wings, and I think Christoph is in a great position to whittle down the health of the Ursaluna on Charl's side of the field, take it to within Ivy Cudgel range. You know that the Ogerpon is going to outspeed it, and it's going to be very difficult to do lots of damage to Ursaluna. Just look at it, take that Flare Blitz.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Ursaluna finishing but not being Saluna might just. But, you know, useful information to for Sherelle and knockoff coming out. Damage output limited. Hyper Voice coming out of just out last hit. Hitting in. Oh, okay. Critical hit onto the Ursaluna, just as it looks like it could be time for the sun to rise on this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Down. Incineroar does get that recovery from the berry, but critical hit on the Kristoff's Ursaluna. That's not something that was on.
Well, I think what is on the cards is that Piggy Berry, though, from the Incineroar instead. Going down to just a sliver of HP and then being able to recover up a little bit more than the Citrus Berry. But now this Ogerpon joins the field again. It's a nice way for Charles to get a little bit of a nice knockout in that turn, but it's the Ogerpon here that's going to be able to take this game for Kristoff. A wise protect, actually, from Charles. Like, we talk about this quite a bit. The opportunity for you to take a little bit more thinking time is always something that's valuable, especially when you don't get the the run of the first match. Maybe your game plan that you had was not quite what you thought that your opponent was going to be going for, and instead it didn't really work out. Now you've got to go back to the drawing board for game 2 and think, hey, what can I do better? Because Kristoff was in control the entire match long.
Yeah. Felt like, exactly, you say the entire back to. Strange. Blaster is not in a. I mean, neither of them. Get them in.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Could be banking on stuff was going to. Are you going to. Went for. So, yeah, I think right from the off that. Israel might need to be setting up their own so well, for example. Really from the module, but then psychic up into that super.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you've just got to be savvy. Double targets.
I think that's right, and yeah, there's definitely something to do with the calls that you make. And actually, I'm thinking whether or not they really actually could have done something completely different in that game. You're right. It's not something that we see too often, but I quite like the idea of maybe going on the offensive straight away. Farigiraf, not a Pokemon that's known for doing lots and lots of damage, at least not until it gets its Throat Spray going. And so you basically decide to trade, well, I'm just going to do loads of damage turn 1 when you lead with your Farigiraf because I'm not so threatened. And then maybe later you've got Farigiraf in the back, you can set up a Trick Room and you can go for the more conventional strategies day to day, but that's not really so. Maybe a Terra Normal turn 1 could have changed the landscape of that game if the Ursaluna went a little bit more on the defensive, but we'll have to see how these trainers are going to be changing up the game. Kristoff going with Farigiraf and Ursaluna. Charles deciding, you know what, I want to set up Trick Room this game instead and going with their own Farigiraf and the Incineroar.
And who can play? Slightly disappointing. Aslan. Going to be 8. But now, of course, you've got the Trick Room. Which of you up here? Like the
right.
Well, and it's really good. But got the instant. Personally, threatening more.
Yeah, that is definitely the big difference between these two board states right now. I'm really glad you pointed that out, Charlie, because yeah, it's offensive versus defensive here, and the defensive is having to make a few different plays, switching the Farigiraf out into the Amoonguss, so Cheryl really favouring getting that onto the board in the early game, and it's going to be a Terra Grass from the Incineroar, trying to catch an Earth Power from Kristoff's Ursaluna here. and maybe try to reply with a parting shot, especially because it's carrying a safety goggles and it's not getting that boosted damage from the life orb. That could be really, really big.
Right, exactly. But say, does not common use, but protects coming from knockoff target down into.
Oh.
Connecting right down, gonna maximize that damage out.
Wow, what a call.
See how much it's
Is it a one-hit knockout?
For the one-hit knockout on Team Moose, not even a critical hit. Christoph knowing the damage calculations so well. That is a key.
Regardless of if you've got the safety goggles on that Blood Moon Ursaluna, you still need your other Pokemon to be able to act. Maybe you don't want them to go to sleep as well. That's got to be part of your game plan, part of your thinking in knocking out the Amoonguss that turn. As it stands, Cheryl gets the opportunity to get the Ursaluna in sort of for free again, but it wasn't there in the lead like it was in game one, and now that's going to put a lot of pressure back on Christoph. But I feel like that's a worthy trade. You know, you trade a little bit of momentum, Cheryl being able to bring in that Blood Moon Ursaluna, but for that you lose a key part of the puzzle, and I'm wondering now if it's the time for Christoph to start thinking about setting up that Trick Room. Now the Amoonguss has been dispatched, you don't have to worry about Spore's redirection in the later stages of the game.
You don't, but you have to worry about. So, parting shot, connect. Trigger off it. On that. Know whether or not that is a critical hit height.
That could be big.
Onto the
That could be big.
With a throat spray special attack there. Well, with the life orb chip count.
Yeah. But hyper voice.
Here's the responding hyper voice. It's not boosted by life.
It's enough
for the knockout on. Got to think.
It certainly could have been, but the life orb chip and the extra bit of damage, the Terra Normal from Christoph's Ursaluna, like I don't know what that calculation is. It would have been close either way, but you're right, the critical hit. Definitely, if there was a line to push it over, that critical hit, we do so. And now Cheryl down to the last two Pokemon, both the defensive piece that you really want to take into the sort of mid and end games in Amoonguss been dispatched. The Ursaluna, the big powerhouse, has been dispatched. Now you've got to deal in an uphill battle against these four Pokemon, but the Farigiraf trained so well here, as well as the Incineroar to be able to go first, knock off into the Ursaluna, Hyper Voice into the Ursaluna, get your own Throat Spray activated, and get a little bit of momentum back in your favor.
Pokemon Farigiraf is able to. So, yeah, Shrel is down, but certainly that Terra Grove. Let's rejoining them. Very important. Most so far. So,
well, it looks like a U-turn going to be coming out. Not the move that I was actually thinking of there, but U-turn does allow it to pivot out and change its moves later. I was wondering whether we were going to see a Ice Spinner coming out from that Urshifu on Christoph's side. That would have been enough to dispatch of the Farigiraf, but also super effective on that now grass type Incineroar as well. But instead we see the U-turn knocking out the Farigiraf, the Ogerpon coming in. It's not going to be able to do a lot of damage to this Incineroar, but the Urshifu certainly will be able to. Whether it's Ice Spinner, whether it's U-turn, both of them are super effective here.
Effective in. Not gonna go. We'll be activating rather in whatever way you match up. give it. Writings on the wall. Play out.
We are indeed, and it's the Ice Spinner doing that remaining 21 hit points that is needed to be able to knock out that Incineroar. So sparkly, but not enough to carry the game forward. And it is going to be Christoph that's going to be taking this set 2-0.
2-0 for Christoph, and earlier. So having a fantastic record.
Yeah.
I said. But yeah, I think it seemed like Christoph was just able to so much of what Trell so often. Trell tried in that second game, but ultimately still able to get the advantage. Blood Moon.
Yeah.
Securing that one. Fights does Luna.
Yeah, I don't think this goes to show how many physical threats that we have in the format and how Amoonguses tend to be trained to take those physical hits, but it's at the expense of being able to take those big special hits like Blood Moon from Ursaluna, and that can really, again, it's the choices that we all make when we're building our teams, when we're preparing for these tournaments, is like, what is the Pokemon that is the most threatening to me? Is it a special attacker or is it a physical attacker? And you know, those are things that you've really got to be thinking about a little bit, lest you fall prey to Ogerpon Blood Moon, Saluna Blood Moon. Lots of forms in the game at the moment, but yeah, they're all doing lots of damage.
Yeah, they are.
That's for sure.
I want to give a shout out to use of Lest there, very much in language, but I think it's
Bring it back.
yeah, bring it back.
This is the time.
Oh yeah, protect lest it.
Yes.
It's very satisfying. But
Yeah.
give it a try out. Give it a try out yourself this weekend. That's your stream. It's a shame we weren't able to see that Glastrier get up to. Love to have seen it. See why Shrell had. You know, plenty more time for Shrell to.
I think so, and it's been good for Sherelle this one already. We know, having a little bit of a chat to him before the game. You know, it's the talk of the match. Yeah, Glastrier is not something that we see too often. But yeah, asked Sherelle the question: is it going well? Is it doing what you want it to do? The answer was a resounding yes. And you know, it's such a strong Pokemon. It's so powerful. We saw it in year before last year's formats, when we were just coming back to the early stages of live events, when you know, we could have a little bit of that brick break action and get some weakness policy boost on it, use that Grimnay ability to proper effect, and Chilling Nay. Yes, yeah, and yeah, really see it compounding all of the benefits that it has up its sleeve. So bulky, really actually quite powerful. But I think in this particular matchup, the thing that it maybe would have liked to have is close combat rather than the Terra Fire, Terra Blast. Against the Blood Moon Ursaluna, you kind of want that fighting coverage there, and it makes things a little bit difficult, especially when they're Terra Normaling and taking away their weakness to ice.
Right. Now, given a break now, so trainers round 2 very short for now. Shortly, and well, what question should we give? Armor.
Good one.
What's your favorite?
Yeah, kind of go for.
You think?
I like Ceruledge.
Ceruledge
I like. Yeah, it's
prove us wrong.
Underutilized.
Yeah, I agree. Let us know what you think, and we'll see. Welcome back to Ben and Charlie's Kitchen Trainers, because that's certainly where we are now. We are cooking up the heat heading into our Swiss round 5. Really, really cool teams that we'll have coming up on the stream. We'll be able to get into those very shortly. For now, Charlie Merriman, married by name, married by nature. This is Ben Kiriakou.
Trouble by name, trouble by nature.
Trouble.
I'm going to go for
Right,
instead,
prepare for
because,
trouble and make it double.
I mean, in the chat, if anyone can make a pun out of my surname, then please let me know. I would love to have something to add to the Merriman name.
I'm sure I can do it. It's just, well, we'll talk about that later. Because look at these teams. Look at these teams. Got an Iron Moth. I love Iron Moth. It's so cool to see it in this matchup with Gallade and Iron Crown. Of course, the Indeedee paired alongside it. Ogre von Wellspring and the Ursaluna original, let's say. Over on Lucas' side of the field, we got a Chestnut. That's right. This is a team composition that's been rising up as well. Belly Drum on the Chestnut, so threatening on the field, alongside some stalwart picks like Incineroar, Rillaboom, Raging Bolt, Chien-Pao, and Urshifu. And the version of the Urshifu there is going to be the Rapid Strike.
Yeah, I really like this composition from Luca, and really taking advantage at this local level of something that maybe a lot of players haven't actually come across. Chestnut being the only Pokemon that gets access to both Grassy Glide, but also Belly Drum at the same time. And where you can boost up your stats, you can take advantage of that Belly Drum. It's a really defensively capable Pokemon as well. So, you know, you get it all set up, you get it ready to go, and you use Rillaboom as a support, maybe switch it in, or just have it on the field if your opponent doesn't have a terrain like Yost has on his side of the field to launch out those powerful priority attacks.
We've all heard of Weather Wars, and we're preparing for them heading into Regulation Set G, where we will have Kyogre, Groudon, Koraidon, etc. joining the fray. The tier below that, let's say, the one that's slightly less common but still prevalent, are Terrain Wars, and they will be coming out in this game, Indeedee versus Rillaboom. And of course, what does the Psychic Terrain give to Jost? Well, it provides the double expanding force targeting that can be coming out from the Iron Crown, as well as preventing priority moves. But for the Rillaboom, you're enabling the Grassy Glides coming out from Chestnut and the Rillaboom there, and a little bit of recovery, which can stack up with an item like a Leftovers. But for now, here comes Chien-Pao, here comes Urshifu over on Lucas' side of the field, and for Jost, it's going to be Indeedee and the Gallade.
Yeah, I like that this lead-in from so he's like, all you need to do is have that Indeedee going for the follow me, at least in the early game. Now, because of the Rillaboom on Lucas' side of the field, and because of that threat of Grassy Glide coming out later, maybe you don't want the Indeedee to go down this time, but Yost is really in a good spot here to be able to either follow me and set up the Trick Room, or just go straight for the Trick Room with the Indeedee as well, maybe switch into another one of his Pokemon to take a little bit of hit as well. Indeedee being kept safe by Yost, wanting to maintain that terrain war we were just mentioning there, bringing in instead the Iron Crown, which both struggles against that Dark-type Chien-Pao, but also can knock it out in one with Tachyon Cutter.
Well, U-turn is going to be a neutral hit into that slot, was once super effective, enabling Lucas, Urshifu to pivot here, bringing another potential threat in from the back. That's going to be the Raging Bolt joining the field, rising up high to oversee the battle, as Icicle Crash is going to connect down. Not very effective, but really good damage there onto the Iron Crown. Huge Sacred Sword down there onto the Raging Bolt, and that's going to be that's going to enable it to recover a little bit of HP thanks to the Leftovers there. So the Iron Crown not in entirely for free, but it's great that it has the Psychic Terrain set up for it already.
Nice that Yost is using the Sword of Ruin ability from Chien-Pao against his opponent in Luca, doing a little bit of extra damage, not just because of the sharpness and the same type of attack bonus that Gallade gets access to, but yeah, Sword of Ruin boosting that up a further percentage there. And then realizing that Trick Room may not be the optimal strategy here, instead opting to bring the Iron Crown in and bring a little bit of speed to the game. Of course, with the Psychic Terrain on the field, there won't be a Thunderclap, so I think Luca's going to have to rely quite a lot on that Chien-Pao to be able to put pressure onto the Iron Crown. Otherwise, it's going to be able to do a lot of damage. Tachyon Cutter would be great here, but instead, an Icicle Crash not picking up the KO on the Gallade, expanding force picking up the KO on the Raging Bolt. That's going to give the Gallade the time to act.
It certainly will, and that's going to be another Sacred Sword coming out onto the Chien-Pao, doubly super effective, of course, brought down to its focus sash, the most commonly held item on this glass cannon Pokemon. So frail, you want it to be sticking around for at least 2 turns. So that Raging Bolt down and out for Luca, such a mainstay of the regulation set F metagame. But how's Luca going to adapt now? There's still no Trick Room set up, and that could be huge for Jost heading into later turns because it means more turns of Trick Room later on. And in the face of an Urshifu, yeah, I mean, that is a faster Pokemon that you're going to be wanting to act beforehand. Sucker Punch is denied by the Psychic Terrain right now, but both of the Pokemon on your sides of the field so low on their HP, you've got to be quite careful.
You really, and this is, I think, the story of this game, where if Yost doesn't decide to go for the Trick Room early in this particular matchup and instead favors going for damage first, you get into the situation where we're in now, where Luca has so much offensive pressure on the board, and it's really difficult for him to be able to do anything to really act on that Trick Room or getting that Trick Room set up. Indeedee coming in and switching in here to take that Surging Strikes, taking 3 hits of Rocky Helmet chip on the Urshifu for his troubles, and that's a great little trade there, but it really does come down to whether or not this Iron Crown is going to be able to act.
Well, Sacred Sword will be picking up the knockout, so no, it will not. Going back, head spinning around in its days, having been had its hopes dashed by that Chien-Pao. Ursaluna lurking in the back there for Yost, as we can see. Trick Room not set up, and it might be a tall order to get that Trick Room set up now, given the Indeedee is on such low health.
But this Ursaluna will not go down to a Chien-Pao Sacred Sword or Icicle Crush. Usually they are able to survive this turn, and since the Urshifu on Luca's side is carrying the Choice Scarf, there is the opportunity for a Follow Me, but Yost doesn't go for it. Instead, takes those 3 Surging Strikes onto the Ursaluna this turn. Is enough for the knockout with that Sword of Ruin. Without it, it would have been able to hang on, but with it, there's just too much damage.
And now with an Icicle Crash following up into the Indeedee, that too is going to be down and out. It's such a shame. Yost seem to be getting themselves into a really good position in this game, but ultimately, yeah, perhaps banking too much on the Ursaluna being able to tank a hit there. As it was, yes, Follow Me could have been a really nice play there, and it's just this very low health Gallade. So yeah, the table's switching really quite quickly there, and you know, Raging Bolt's such a bulky Pokemon, but took so much damage from the Sacred Sword plus the Sword of Ruin on the field. So heading into the next game, I think, yeah, that's given Luca pause for thought in order to try and adapt to the huge damage coming out from Yost's side. But also for Yost, it's a question of, well, how do I utilize my supportive options as well as my offensive options?
I would have liked to see that Follow Me come out
Exactly,
in the end game for Yost and actually take the gamble. Maybe it can be, depending on how the Ursaluna is trained, it can go down to that attack, but more often than not, it's usually able to survive that damage. If you get an Earthquake off in that scenario, knowing that your Indeedee is going to be taken down by the Surging Strikes, it's going to do a little bit of extra damage to the Urshifu with Rocky Helmet, then you Earthquake, clear the board. Sword of Ruin is still in effect for the Earthquake coming onto the Urshifu. And, of course, it would knock out the Chien-Pao in 1, and then it's Gallade and a now burnt Ursaluna and a Gallade versus the last Pokemon in the back, Luca, and that could have been a little bit of a different end game. If you don't target down the Gallade, then Trick Room goes up, and if you don't target down the Ursaluna, then well, a Facade or a Headlong Rush can be launched into you. So you a lot of options in that end game, but that's not the one that got played out. Instead, the Ursaluna got out by the Surging Strikes, and actually, I really like the way that Luca was targeting in that turn. Even if there was the Follow Me, you've still got to click the right buttons into the right slots.
Yeah, I also love the lead that came out from Jost there. You don't know which one is going to be clicking the Trick Room. Is it going to be the Indeedee or the Gallade? Do you click with both because you assume that one is going to be knocked out so you don't reverse your own Trick Room? So the mind games that already come out from turn 1 there are really fascinating. But as it was, no Trick Room at all, and maybe that is something that Yost is going to want to be leaning towards, but maybe that's again a little bit telegraphed for Luca now because that isn't the option that was gone for in that first game. Perhaps you go for Chestnut mode with Luca's team as well. You know, so many things that these trainers can go for, and they're both teams that enable different leads that can come out and achieve a huge amount in the battle.
Absolutely. We'll have to see how these trainers are going to adapt. Of course, Luca at 3-1, Yost at 2-2. So a lot on the line for Yost here, making sure both getting to those championship points, but also having an opportunity to get into that top cut. You called it right, Charlie. It is the Chestnut leading out for Luca this game, changing things up a little bit and maybe trying to take advantage of those defensive switches that Yost made in the early game of game 1. But this time, you just can't let that Chestnut do whatever it does for free.
No, you can't. It's got the Terra Fire type. Currently, it would be taking super effective damage from Psychic type moves coming out from the Glade, or indeed Fairy from the Indeedee, but it has, with Terra Fire, it would be taking neutral. Terra coming out this turn. Icicle Crash is going right into the Glade, bringing it down very low, enabling the Belly Drum into the Chestnut. It's loud and it's proud on the field right now. And the question is Glade going to be flinching in the face of it? It's going to recover a little bit with its berry, just bulking it up even more there. And if left unchecked, it could just be sweeping through the game. But fortunately, no flinch coming out from the Glade. And boosted by the Psychic terrain, that is enough to clear that key piece. For if we were playing this game of Chestnut, that is a key piece removed for Luca.
Well, Chestnut is definitely not playing the game anymore. It's absolutely down and out. And what a great turn for Yost. What a great way to take advantage of the position that Luca gave. In this situation, okay, the Rillaboom's come in. It's changed the terrain. It's going to be able to now go for a fake out. So a little bit of a welcome reprieve for Luca being able to actually act in this turn rather than take damage straight away. But yeah, there's only one turn of the 4 that you've got to get through in Trick Room.
Right, I feel like maybe Luca was being slightly greedy there, not going for the Terra, hoping the survival would happen. Go for the Terra, survive, then Chestnut may well just be able to sweep. U-turn coming out into the Indeedee on Yost's side, about 50% health, and super effective, of course, into the Pokemon with Rocket Helmet chip there as well. That could be really useful later on in the game. Got Ursaluna ready on the field here, really threatening presence once it gets its Flame Orb activated. Urshifu joining the fray right now, and that's going to be the activation of the Flame Orb right there, but it is stirring down an Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yeah, that's okay in this situation. You've got the Sword of Ruin still on the field, and in many ways, having that Chien-Pao on the field is actually of a benefit to Yost, because he's able to take extra damage from the Sword of Ruin, a Facade, into the Urshifu. If it wasn't KOing before, it's definitely doing so now. But you do have to be careful of what the Chien-Pao is going to be able to do, because if you go for this Ghost Terror into the Ursaluna, yeah, it's not going to be taking super effective damage from Ice type moves. Yeah, it's not going to be taking any damage at all from Fighting type moves, but it's going to now be weak to Sucker Punch, and with Indeedee on the field, you can't reset that terrain.
Oh, Sucker Punch is huge damage into Ursaluna, and with the Aqua Jet, not actually enough for the knockout onto Ursaluna. That's a massive Facade coming out, but it's on such low health now that the burn that has been so useful to it right now is going to unfortunately be its undoing at the end of the turn. Here comes a Dazzling Gleam coming out into the Chien-Pao. Really nice, super effective damage there. Crucially, the Focus Slash broken, but because of the Grassy Terrain recovery, in fact, Ursaluna is going to be sticking around for one more turn.
And now the Follow Me is really going to show its value from the Indeedee. Doesn't matter if you've got Psychic Terrain going onto the field. If you can just redirect Sucker Punches, it doesn't matter whatsoever. There's going to be a little bit of a spanner in the works with Rillaboom coming into this turn, where it can go for a fake out, it can stop the Follow Me before it acts, but you have to then make a decision if you're Luca. Do you go for the Sucker Punch? And if you're Yost, do you just protect and play a little bit safe with the Ursaluna? Or do you go on the offensive and call that maybe Luca's going to go for an Icicle Crash?
Well, it looks like for now it's just going to be a forfeit, and Yost is going to be claiming game 2 there, playing that really well. And once again, that could have been an opportunity to go for a Follow Me when Gleam was gone for. in the turn that we just saw play out. But then going for the Dazzling Gleam, you do get to break the Focus Ash on
Yes.
Chi and Pao.
Yes.
Seems like Yost is a player who likes to play really fast and loose with the matchup on the board, just trying to get the damage down in order to secure a very swift victory. Sometimes it's a risky strategy. Sometimes it works out, sometimes like in that game, but sometimes, as in game one, it was a little bit too much.
I think when you're well practiced with this sort of team archetype, it's less of a 50-50 and maybe a 55-45, maybe a 60-40, where Yost probably knows a little bit better than his opponent what people usually do to react to any given board state. But equally, at the same time, I do have to really credit Yost for not allowing Luca to get that belly drum off and start using the chestnut to great effect, because, hey, like, if you let it go, if instead you decide to opt for Trick Room, if you maybe go for a Dazzling Gleam to try and break the Focus Sash on the Chen Pao while also setting up the Trick Room, and you allow that chestnut the space to be able to go for belly drum, then wow, yeah, you're going to be in all sorts of trouble very, very quickly. And then, of course, you can change the train, then you can go for the Terra Fire, then you're probably not going to get knocked out by the Psycho Cut that we saw in game 2.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a very, 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 very different game. if that wasn't stated enough, it's going to be a different game to what we saw.
Yeah, a lot of varies there indeed. Yeah, the percussive might coming out from Luca's side of the field with that Rillaboom and indeed the belly drumming chestnut. But I was surprised not to see the Terrifier coming out on that turn, just to try and keep the belly drum Pokemon safer, because then that could have been the turn that defined the game. Then you sweep
with the Psychic Terrain and the Sword of Ruin. Maybe even the Terror wasn't enough.
Yeah,
maybe you had to switch out the Chen Pao in that situation and then sacrifice the damage on the Gallade. Maybe that could have been the play. Get the Rillaboom on the field, take the Sword of Ruin away, take the Terrain away, and then just opt for going for that Grassy Glide strategy in the late game. And we'll have to see if that is what is opted for again. But no, Luca going back to the tried and tested game plan that won in game 1. Yost finding another way to adapt to the situation that he finds himself in, bringing that Iron Crown, but paired instead of with the Indeedee, with the Ogerpon.
Yeah, you've always got the Indeedee in the back, one would assume, just ready to switch in at any point for a big expanding force, but of course Chi and Pao is going to be taking 0 damage from that. I think, the previous games we saw the Gallade hit the field, and with the Sword of Ruin as well, you don't get too many physical psychic type damaging moves, and so it's really nice niche that Gallade finds itself in right now. For now though, it's going to be Follow Me coming out from Ogerpon and a super effective U-turn into that slot, so already a really nice momentum behind Luca here, as now Luca has the luxury of being able to decide which Pokemon to switch in safely, and that is going to be the Chestnut coming in, so let's hope it's not a single target expanding force into that slot. Sacred Sword just able to take out the Ogerpon.
I like this trade though. The Ogerpon goes down. If I'm not mistaken, this is good. Tachyon Cutter into this Chen Pao. First hit, taking it down to its Focus Sash, but of course there is another one waiting in the wings there to take the knockout in one hit, so to speak, onto Chen Pao. Not something that we usually get to see too often, unless maybe like a Flare Blitz burn, but in this case, that really does open up the game, I think, for Yost to play a completely different scenario here, and seeing the Pokemon that he brought, Iron Moth. I was about to say Iron Crown. I'm like, no, the Iron Crown's in front of me. It's already on the field. The Iron Moth going to be able to really play this game a little bit differently, especially if Rillaboom comes in here. The terrain war is happening in the back right now. The front.
Yeah, the Iron all round on Yost's side of the field. Time to meet Luca's percussive solo on the other side of the field with a steely resolve. And the Indeedee lurking in the back at any time ready to switch in. Both of the Pokemon on Luca's side would be taking super effective damage from the expanding force. Terra may well be being forced out right now for Luca, but Iron Moth decides now is not the time. It's not holding a booster energy. It can do that and keep its item, the Power Herb, intact. Here comes Indeedee.
Is it going to be the Rillaboom switching in? Is it going to be the
Yeah.
U-turn? Is it going to be cancelled out straight away? Is the terrain war about to get into the front? And we're going to have to see in just a moment. I can see the players over the screen that
Yeah.
we're watching on. There's going to be a Terra going on. It's the Terra water onto the Iron Crown. And, let's see.
You're going to have to do the podcast version of this, trainers. The audio dialogue going on here. It's a responding Terra coming out from Chestnut. It's turning into the Terra Fire type, trainers. That's going to be taking psychic damage so much better. But how have these trainers targeted? What have they gone for? Let's see. So switching now, our little perspective here. So U-turn coming out into the Indeedee. That's super effective hit from the Urshifu. All eyes, though, on the Iron Crown and the Chestnut. What do you mean?
Terra Blast on Terra Blast, Terra Water, Terra
it could
Blast
be onto the Chestnut.
Yeah.
But Rillaboom is here to overwrite the terrain now, so an expanding force that would become single target. This is such a crucial turn for these two trainers. Here comes the single target expanding force. Not the Terra Blast, not calling that Terra. That's going to be activating Citrus Berry before the Chestnut is even able to get the belly drum active on the field. This is it. This is the drummers facing down. Oh, now the belly drum is going up, but the Citrus Berry already consumed. So this is the health that Chestnut is going to have to work with for the rest of the game, although the grassy terrain is going to be able to help recover it heading into the later stages. You can switch out that Indeedee and back in to get the psychic terrain back up later on, as this Iron Moth is lurking in the back as well. Such a fascinating matchup.
Yeah, but now we get this mind game all the way over again as Rillaboom rightly switches out into the Urshifu, getting that Choice Scarf set up. Of course, both of these Pokemon that set their terrain, the terrain war is well in effect right now because they're both leaving the field. Iron Moth, probably one of the only Pokemon that's going to happily switch in on a 6+ Chestnut, grassy terrain, grassy glide. Say that again 5 times. And of course, Grassy Glide going into the water type Iron Crown now. But the question is are we just going to see a straight up U-turn again? I don't see any way that that's not completely safe here for Luca. You either keep the grassy terrain on the field because the Indeedee doesn't switch in, or you get the Rillaboom onto the field. The only thing that happens that kind of works in your favor is maybe if you're able to take the knockout onto this Chestnut this turn with the Iron Crown. Iron Moth, sorry.
Right. It's so useful for Luca being able to go for U-turn as opposed to a bear switch, and let's see if it pays dividends for Luca right now. So overwriting the terrain, the Rillaboom is sticking on the field, so the Psychic Train is going to be up for at least one turn. Here comes the Terra Blast into the Chestnut. Terra Water Terra Blast now super effective enough to take out that really big threat on the field. So the belly drum actually gone for naught there.
No, yeah, he's gone for Chestnut.
Yeah.
Chestnut being knocked out in that turn with that Terra Water Terra Blast. I'm not sure why we didn't see the U-turn there. The Urshifu on Luca's side is carrying the Choice Scarf. The Iron Moth, I'm just going to check the team sheets there. It doesn't have a Choice Scarf. It's in fact carrying a Power Herb for Meteor Beam. So the Urshifu definitely would have been stronger, and this game is going to be going to
Luca.
Luca
is going to be claiming the victory in this match. Oh no, isn't it? It is, okay.
Right, let's just go backwards.
Luca is going to be the winner of this game, but it's lovely to see Yost giving us a winning smile there, despite being the trainer who was defeated. So I believe it would be great to get the confirmation as to whether it was Luca coming out on top. Yes, it was. It absolutely was Luca. Who, the Chestnut team paid dividends, even though the Chestnut wasn't able to get up to the antics that it would have liked to have been getting up to in that second game. But such a cool team from Yost. It's such a shame that we weren't able to see the Iron Moth getting up to its antics, because I think it's a Pokemon that has so much untapped potential. Yeah. And I'd love to see what trainers can utilize it for.
We saw a little bit of the regional championships this year. Right? It's been seen occasionally, and it's one of those Pokemon, you put a booster energy on it, maybe you utilize Acid Spray, but I think it's such a difficult Pokemon to utilize well because it sometimes lacks a little bit of coverage options. But the way that Yost was using this with the Power Herb Meteor Beam, I'm really, really enjoying. And of course, the Heat Wave and the Sludge Wave that goes alongside it. once you've got that special attack boost from Meteor Beam, you've got that kind of pinpoint pressure that you can put on. Maybe you knock out an Incineroar and pave the way for a Heat Wave and a Sludge Wave, especially when you have Wide Guard on the Gallade that can make sure that you don't take any damage. You've got the Steel type in Iron Crown next to it that you can kind of Sludge Wave over and over again. And Iron Crown doesn't mind that unless it goes for its Terra Water, of course. So, yeah, really nice way to utilize that from you.
Yeah, really, really innovative team building. I love the way you say Meteor Beam instead of Meteor Beam. It makes me think, a Meteor Beam than what? What is this beam consisting of? Steak, chicken? I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay. I'm trying to think how I say that. No, I probably would say Meteor Beam. I just heard it as MEAT as opposed to METEOR.
Well, it is quite a powerful beam.
Yeah.
Quite meaty damage.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Some might say. I'm gonna clutch at straws there.
No, it works. It works.
Yeah,
That definitely works. Gallade, again, so cool with the the physical damage psychic type move, paired up with the Sword of Ruin from Chien-Pao on the other side of the field, just really, really capitalizing on the damage that Pokemon can do. And again, why Gallade finds itself in such a niche in the format as a physical attacker that has access to physical psychic type moves.
And the boost that it's got from its sharpness ability, I think really is worth calling out, because it's just so much damage that it can put onto the field. Even without psychic terrain, even without the boost of Sword of Ruin, it's still doing lots and lots of damage. I think it is a Pokemon that's a little bit tough to use. Its typing is a little bit tough, and its speed tiering can be a little bit problematic sometimes to fit into some of these balance calls. Pokemon have got so fast these days. But equally, if you can find a place to make it work, it really does offer a team quite a lot. It's a difficult Pokemon to take out in certain situations, but it does, as we said, so much damage.
Yeah, and that Gallade was running the Grass Terra type as well, so immune to Spore, and you switch up to Neutral, for example, on Fairy. And yeah, so a Pokemon that I'd love to see more of as we head into the rest of the day, but also heading into Regulation Set G. I'm wondering what our top cut is going to look like. We've seen such incredible teams on stream already. We had a Terra Rock Venusaur earlier. That's right. You want to go back and check that out. So Wish Trainers have made the top 8 here, and with such innovative team building going on all around, it's it's the sort of competition that only a late season tournament can give us, I feel.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I think it's a really nice send off.
Yeah.
Us for Regulation Set F, seeing trainers at the local level, of course, getting to feature people who don't always get to have a little bit of a deeper dive into both the way that they're playing and the way that they're building their teams. But as you say, the innovation that's coming up here and the kind of different teams that people are running is just really fun to be able to watch. And with that, we're going to get prepared for our top cut. We will know very soon who is going to be making it into our top 8. We'll be back for, of course, our top 8 matches going all the way through to the final. So stay tuned, stick around. We'll be back very soon with the top 8 of the Lanaken Mid-Season Showdown. Trainers, we are back here at the top 8 of the Lanaken mid-season showdown. At some point, I'm going to get used to saying mid-season showdown.
I was literally about to correct you. I was about to jump in and say regional championship.
Waiting for this correct. I'll give you it. Maybe we'll get to the finals where it does feel like a regional championship. We'll be able to correct me there. But thank you for your support, continuing along all today and hopefully all of tomorrow, as well as we're here, of course, for the double mid-season showdown here in Lanaken. And my name, of course, is Ben Kiriaka, joined here by the wonderful Charlie Merriman.
Hello there, Ben. Thank you very much. Wonderful. You're too kind. You're wonderful. Oh, stop
Yeah,
it. It's all
yeah.
too
No, actually,
much.
no. Carry on.
Focus on the Pokemon. We haven't seen any Eviolite Snoms coming out so far. Haven't seen any Frostmoth. Would like to see some Frost. That's what I'm bringing to the Premier Challenge later. But I think it's got a lot of potential. You're bringing Kingdra, of course, Ben. You're taking a leaf out of the Chizingdra book. And making sure that it gets the representation. So thank you very much for doing that. I wish you luck on your quest.
Hopefully, Charlie, I can do it justice.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
There's a lot of justice to be done.
It's a genius team. It's quite difficult to execute, but that's part of how genius it is. Maybe your opponents aren't going to be expecting it coming up. There they are. That's our top 8 standings. Alexander Ubaz there. 5-0, incredible.
Very
here,
good.
And the
very
only
good.
player to have that record, Joshua Van Sandyk, in going at a 4-1 record, and the rest we have 3s and 2s. And we're heading ever closer to the World Championships, and at this stage, all trainers are bringing their A game. So to go 3-2, have a record of that is still absolutely fantastic right here. These names, we featured them all on stream so far, apart from Joshua Van Sandyk. So looking forward to seeing what they are cooking up. But so many cool Pokemon picks, and it's so thrilled to be able to feature some of these teams.
Yeah, it's great to see some of the blasts of the past for me in Luca Paul's player from Germany that's been playing for a very, very long time. We were reminiscing earlier about the glory days, so to speak. And Luca getting to the top 8 of this mid-season showdown, kind of living the glory days that maybe I'm not so much. So we'll see in the Premier Challenge if Kingdra can get me a little bit of a way closer to reclaiming some of those. But yeah, all of these trainers have been fantastic today, and some really, really spicy picks. I will say some commiserations, unfortunately, to Benjamin, who we saw on stream earlier, playing that Terra Rock Venusaur that we had a blast casting over. If you didn't see that match, definitely go back and watch it, because that was such an excellent way of using that Pokemon.
A missed opportunity for you there, Ben, to say a Terra Blast watching that. But, note for next time.
I'll leave you with that pun, Charlie. You are the pun man.
All right then, bringing the merry and the fast. But absolutely make sure you go back and check out that match. And here they are, Yost and Sherelle. Now we have just featured Yost on stream. If you're just joining, that team: Iron Moth, Gallade, Iron Crown, regular Ursaluna, indeed, and the Ogerpon Wellspring as well. Let's hope we can see the Iron Moth get up to more antics than it was able to get up to in the previous game. And for Sherelle, there aren't 2 Urshifus on that team. He hasn't been able to crack the system and work out the way to play 2. But it is going to be a Glastria. That's definitely on the team. And can't wait to see, again, hopefully that chance to really make their mark.
And these trainers are getting started. The other Pokemon on the team for Sherelle that we can't see at the moment is, of course, Farigiraf. And that rounds out this sort of Trick Room composition with Blood Moon Ursaluna and Glastria and Amoonguss and Incineroar, and make sure that it can operate really effectively. And that's something I'm really fascinated to see between these 2 trainers. Both of them, and a lot of the trainers that we've been featuring today have been really opting for that Trick Room strategy. They all have the chance to be able to go for it, but which one wants to and which one doesn't really is determined by the supporting cast. And looking at Yost's team, that Ursaluna, the regular Ursaluna, is that just a little bit slower than the Blood Moon Ursaluna that Cheryl is running. So maybe that is going to make a little bit of a factor. But of course, Yost has this faster mode of the team that Cheryl is kind of missing out on. Cheryl really leaning into the Trick Room strategy, whether Yost is playing a little bit more of a, hey, maybe I can go fast, maybe I can go a little bit slower. It depends on who I'm facing up against. And certainly when you play up against a player that's running a Trick Room strategy, you probably want to deny it instead of using it yourself.
Yeah, well, that's going to be mind games, certainly, that are going to be coming out here. There are no repeated Pokemon on either side of the field, which is really exciting. There's going to be no mirrors going on here. It's all unique picks, and it's all to play for. Amoonguss lurking away there as well, of course. As you said, the regular Ursaluna that Jost is running is the slower Ursaluna, and so could be the way the Amoonguss speed tier works, that could be a factor in as well. But here we go. Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and Frigoroth coming out for Sherelle, and Indeedee and Gallade for Yost. A lead that we've seen Yost go for in that previous game. Now you're boosting up the power of Psycho Cut, for example, coming out for Gallade, boosted further by the Psychic Terrain. Of course, if there's the Iron Crown in the back, you can go for double expanding force there as well. But which of these Pokemon, if any, is going to click Trick Room? Either Gallade or Indeedee could, or the Frigoroth could for Sherelle.
And does the Ursaluna on Cheryl's side go for the Protect, or is it maybe capable of taking this Sacred Sword from the Sharpness boosted and potentially Helping Hand boosted Gallade with the support of Indeedee? And even if the Trick Room does go up on from either of these players, both of them have the opportunity to reverse that Trick Room as well, but we're going to kick things off.
Helping Hand, Gallade going all in on this turn. Let's hope it wasn't targeting the Ursaluna, because that's keeping itself safe with a Protect. And eyes on this Gallade, resisting what the Urshifu can deal out. It does have the Poison Jab, though, so it would have to switch out and come back in order to benefit from that. Look how much damage that is, even without the critical hit, thanks to the Sharpness boost that Gallade gets from its ability. That's Gallade down. Urshifu, like you said, Ben, seems to be a bulkier variant, able to take that really quite well.
And the Farigiraf getting the Throat Spray because of that Hyper Voice, so getting a knockout and getting a boost at the same time, but this close combat comes out, does a lot of damage to the Ogerpon. Looks like without the Intimidate, it might not have even KO'd it before the Incineroar came in. That's something that we'll have to keep an eye on for a little bit later on, as Ivy Cudgel does dispatch of the Urshifu, but now his last two Pokemon in, and there's no more Ice Spinner available for Kristoff now that the Urshifu has been knocked out. And so, yeah, Indeedee and Hatterene looks like a really nice couple of Pokemon to be slotting in here.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's interesting that Joshua early on in the game, which is, of course, a faster Pokemon. So to be able to be left in these final couple of turns of Trick Room with the slower Pokemon, really well played by Joshua. You've got to know so well when it's going to be expiring and when you're going to be able to benefit from it.
Yeah, I mean, there's always this sort of plan of maybe going for a double Trick Room in this sort of scenario where you can effectively undo and redo the Trick Room, unlike Tailwind, where extended effectively, get another 4 turns of Trick Room. But here, I'd really like to see just the expanding force and the damage, because even after the Trick Room expires, you've still got the Follow Me support. Both of these Pokemon, Farigiraf and the Ogerpon, have taken a lot of damage, and so I think it's pretty much guaranteed at this point. But we do see the double Protect, and yeah, it looks like this double Trick Room could have been a viable strategy, but happy to see the Follow Me.
Yeah, God, it would have been very cool if the double Trick Room had been gone for. Of course, this is not only stalling out the turns of the Trick Room, but also the Psychic Terrain, so that Expanding Force becomes a single target move. And right now, that is going to be the Twisted Dimensions returning to normal. So if this game ends up going Kristoff's way, that could have been the turn that could have turned it round for Joshua, twisting those dimensions, untwisting them and retwisting them.
As it stands, the Follow Me is on the board right now. The Ogerpon failing the second Spiky Shield, trying to get an opportunity for Farigiraf. Turn the Ogerpon gets an opportunity to go for an Ivy Cudgel. Oh, sorry, had the Spiky Shield been able to go 2 times in a row, it would have been able to give Kristoff that window of opportunity to win the game. But as it stands, look at that damage. Expanding Force from the Terra Psychic Hatterene coming out into both targets and knocking them out cleanly.
Yeah. Terrain is so important in that endgame in order to get the spread damage that you're looking for. If you can only target one Pokemon, then you leave yourself much more vulnerable to be taken out later in a subsequent turn. And that means that Ice Spinner from the Urshifu is really, really important. It also means that stalling out the terrain for Kristoff is really important, and keeping the Indeedee safe, switching it out and back in for that terrain, is crucial for Joshua. So lots of terrain mind games going on, but also, of course, the Trick Room mind games, and who's going to be setting it up, who's going to be benefiting from it more. I'm fascinated by Joshua's team and piloting it so well.
It seems like Joshua, I think, in answer to your question, really does have a lot of benefit to be run with it, especially when we don't see the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And that could be because Blood Moon Ursaluna is KO'd most of the time, at the very least, by a sharpness boosted Sacred Sword. Yeah, I was about to say close combat.
Yeah, that's it. It's just going to be me cursing for the rest of the stream. Okay, Ben, I unjinx you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very
it
much.
just helps
Thank
that
you.
Jinx is also the name of a Pokemon. So.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, no, I was getting mixed up with close combat because I just like think of close combat as the only fighting type move in the game. But Sacred Sword, of course, is showing its value here. And I think, if the Blood Moon Ursaluna on Kristoff's side of the field gets an opportunity to maybe launch a Blood Moon into that Gallade, it could mean that Kristoff takes a little bit more advantage of the Trick Room. But then you look at the other Pokemon, the Torkoal, the Hatterene, and those are Pokemon that are slower than anything that Kristoff has available in his arsenal. And so, if Joshua opts to bring the Hatterene like he did in game 1, or even just go for a slightly different mode, go for that Torkoal, then he's definitely going to take more advantage out of the Trick Room.
Well, Trick Room, is that going to be what we're heading towards here in this next game between these two fantastic trainers? Let's take a look over the Indeedee joining the field in the face of Farigiraf and Ogerpon. So once again, we've got 3 Pokemon on the field that can go for the Trick Room, but which one of them might do it, if any?
And the conversation that we were having about resetting the Trick Room, untwisting and retwisting the dimensions, well, that can happen outside of Trick Room as well, and it's usually used as a strategy to stop trainers getting up Trick Room when you really don't want them to, but you have to make the call because otherwise you're both not doing any damage and setting up the Trick Room for your opponent. That's quite a precarious situation to find yourself in, especially in the top 4 of a mid-season showdown or any event that you find yourself in. You really do want to beat Munces, and sometimes you've got to make that call, but it's a really tough one too.
Well, which call have these trainers made? Let's get into our first turn of this top 4 match, game 2. So, Farigiraf going for the Fairy Terror type. That's going to be for Joshua, apart from the fact that it does have access to that Poison Jab move. Follow me, coming out from Indeedee, taking the attention away from the Gallade, and what is going to be heading into the slot? It's going to be the Ivy Cudgel, dunking the Indeedee on the head. What is this Gallade going to be able to achieve? Yeah, Sacred Sword now resisted by that Fairy Terror on the Farigiraf, but of course,
you wouldn't know
boosted by the sharpness, exactly. Still doing fantastic damage, and interesting, the Farigiraf does set up Trick Room. Joshua might be thinking, well, thank you very much. You've just done that for me. Didn't need to expend any resources doing that. So heading into this turn, Gallade could be in a really good position.
Now, the question here I've got, you can go for it doesn't resist those Psychic type moves that are boosted up by the Psychic Terrain. Of course, a Psycho Cut boosted up by the Sharp as well. Maybe you can knock out the Farigiraf and stop the undoing of the Trick Room from the Farigiraf. But then if I was reading into that, as is Kristoff, maybe we see Follow Me so that the Trick Room can go off on Farigiraf, but then maybe the Indeedee could have gone for a Trick Room as well, and we could have seen the Trick Room reset and reset again.
Ben, you're tying yourself in knots, as the mind games would do, and who joins the field. Spiky Shield's coming out, so it seems like Kristoff now stalling out the Trick Room that they themselves set up. But getting a little bit of intel getting into the next turn. So Psycho Cut connecting down into the Farigiraf, or it would have done without the Protect. So now Urshifu ready to deal out Poison Jabs onto the field. And given that, as we saw in Game 1, it seems to be a slightly bulkier one that Kristoff has to think twice about. But the Gallade is going to be taking out the Farigiraf before it can get off a Dazzling Gleam or something that would be threatening down that Urshifu. So very well called by Joshua.
Yeah, I love that Psycho Cut into that target, just making sure that you're doing the damage. Let's call back to game 1. Is it enough? It is enough to pick up the KO, this close combat. Well, the previously was intimidated, did about 60%. So yeah, maybe in one of those ranges there. All we know is that this close combat, upon Incineroar gets the opportunity to come in, but in this psychic terrain, it can't offer its teammate the fake out support it really wants to. Terra has already been used up by Farigiraf on Kristoff's side of the field, and it looks like this Gallade is going to be able to just run away with this match.
It's time, trainers. Charlie Merriman here, merry by name, merry by nature. Ben, you feeling merry still?
I'm feeling merry. I'm also feeling cuckoo, apparently,
Yeah,
by the end
cuckoo,
of this
Kiriakou.
mid-season showdown. We're going to stick with it for at least today and tomorrow. We'll come back to you and see whether or not it sticks around for later on. But regardless, here we are at the finals of this Lanaken mid-season showdown, and what a day it has been. We've had lots of trainers. We've been able to see all of the top 8 cut throughout the tournament on this stream. Teams we've had, well, really not what I was expecting coming this event. Seeing what's made it to the finals.
Yeah.
If you've been X just a moment ago, we have a Gallade mirror in the finals. Joshua versus Yost, and this is gonna be really something to behold.
It's going to be phenomenal. We were able to feature Yost in our top 8 match, Joshua in our top 4, and here they are in the finals. They're ready to go. Beware's looking a little bit worse for wear. Maybe he's a little bit
It's just like-
sleepy right now. Worse for Beware, just falling down in between those screens. But it's going to have to start looking lively as we get into these finals. Look at these teams that we've got here. So Joshua, as you mentioned, we've got a Gallade mirror going on here, but otherwise, some different things going on. Yes, both teams have the Indeedee, but you've got a faster mode offered by the Hisuian Lilligant over on Joshua's side of the field. You've got the Sun that can be set up by Torkold to boost its speed even further, Hatterene, and then the Urshifu single strike style. Yost, that regular Ursaluna, not the Blood Moon one. Iron Crown that can benefit from Indeedee Psychic Terrain. Of course, Joshua's got to be careful about bringing their own Indeedee and setting up the Psychic Terrain for
yep.
Yost Iron Crown too. And then Ogerpon Wellspring there as well. And Iron Moth, which has Power Herb and access to Meteor Beam. I'd love to see Iron Moth shine on stream now because we didn't really get to see it earlier.
We could see maybe the power of this Iron Moth coming out, both the Sun on Joshua's side of the field, but also the ability for it just to go for spread type moves. Now, that can be mitigated by the wide guard on either of these Gallades arsenals here, and that's going to be the really tricky bit of this matchup to navigate. You've got wide guard available. That means that expanding force is a little bit difficult from both the Iron Crown and the Hatterene on either side. You've got both of the Indeedees that have the capability of going for Trick Room as well as the Gallades. You've got one more source of Trick Room for Joshua than you have on Yost's side of the field, but Yost has a little bit more of a well-rounded fast mode if that Trick Room doesn't get set up. But I mean, with 5 Pokemon out of the 12 that we have here, going to be able to set up Trick Room. I'd be surprised if we didn't see any of it in this set whatsoever.
I'd be surprised as well, but we've been seeing Trick Room Mind Games a lot today here in Lanaken, and that's certainly going on right now in the finals too. So it's always always dicey in the first couple of turns of the game, trying to work out the playstyle that your opponent is going to be going for, or whether if you set up Trick Room, your opponent will end up benefiting from it more. But there's only one way to get this information, and that is by getting into our game, and our trainers are there now. It's Indeedee and Gallade coming out for Joshua, and for Yost, it's going to be the Iron Crown and the Indeedee as well. Oh no, the Ogre.
We're getting into this game, and it's going to be the booster energy activating the Quark Guard, getting that Iron Crown special attack nice and boosted up. It's going to be able to go for expanding force, but against these two psychic type Pokemon that Joshua has brought into the lead and the threat of the wide guard, I wouldn't be surprised to see Yost really going for to knock out the Indeedee, where Gallade has been doing so much work, but it's always had the support of the Indeedee. And if you can knock that out really early, then it's really much more difficult to protect that Gallade.
Well, protecting is exactly what Gallade's going to be doing this turn, going for that wide guard, protecting against any expanding forces coming out from the Iron Crown, but that is indeed Tachyon Cutter coming out into the Indeedee, going to be taking it down. So already on turn 1, that is redirection and other support for Joshua down and out.
One turn down, one Pokemon down here in our finals, as that Indeedee does indeed go back to its trainer. And now Gallade has opted to go for the wide guard. Joshua hasn't got any offensive presence out on the field and lost a major support piece. Now he's able, though, to pivot in there Shifu, and we've seen how bulky that has been in the previous matches that we've been able to feature Joshua on. It will probably be able to quite easily take a Tachyon cutter, but the difficulty is, especially when it's carrying a choice band, Josh really has to target down into that slot if he doesn't want to take a super powered wicked blow or close combat to either of his Pokemon, and so you're kind of leaving that Gallade alone yet again. If it goes for a Trick Room and maybe there's a Torkoal in the back for Joshua, that could spell a real big momentum swing in the sort of later stages of this game.
Well, what's the momentum going to be now? It's going to be the Terra coming out over onto one of the sides of the field, going into Iron Crown. That's going to become the Terra Water type, switching up its weaknesses in the face of, for example, the Urshifu over on Joshua's side of the field. And responding with an Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon, connecting down into the Glade with a critical hit. Enough for the one-hit knockout. No trainer wants to see that on their own side. That is Gallade down and out, the Pokemon that has been so prevalent for Joshua in the semi-finals that we featured just beforehand. That's a huge momentum swing in favor of Yost. Urshifu being able to take that Tachyon cutter, a much bulkier built Urshifu here. Close combat connecting down with the choice band, able to pick up the knockout onto the Ogerpon. So it is a knockout apiece here, but Gallade, the star of the previous game, down and out already. Is that going to spell doom for Joshua?
It certainly could, and especially with this Torkoal in the back for Joshua coming in, that's going to be very susceptible to an expanding force. But there he is, Charlie. I can see you celebrating there. The Iron Moth coming out into the fray. It's the first time we've really been able to see it coming out. Now, that Terra Water onto the Iron Crown, maybe not doing the Iron Moth any favors because it can't go for the fully accurate Sludge Wave here. Instead, has to opt for its less accurate either Heat Wave or Meteor Beam to try and knock out this Urshifu, while the Iron Crown goes for the Expanding Force to knock out the Torkoal. You can maybe do it slightly different order. You could maybe use the Tachyon cutter to just guarantee the KO onto the Urshifu, knowing that while you're Terra Water, your Iron Crown is probably not going to go down to the Torkoal. But either way, Joshua, knowing that the writing is on the wall there, deciding to forfeit that first game. Yost takes the early lead, but it's not over yet, trainers. Game 2 and potentially Game 3 are coming up.
And that was so bittersweet. The Iron Moth hits the field, but then the battle's forfeited. We don't get to see it get up to its antics.
Let me ask you though, Charlie, if an Iron Moth came onto the field opposing you, would you want to be standing in front of it?
No, that's fair enough. Yeah, it's, I mean, we're heading into the Premier Challenge later, and I will be running a different kind of moth, the Frost Moth. But Iron Moth, that more technical, pretty threatening variant. Yeah, maybe not. You've said that a lot today, Ben. Let me ask you, I want to know. Yeah, I like this. I like this directness. I can't always provide the answers for you there, Ben. But
I do want to know, though. I'm going to keep asking. I'm going to keep asking.
Good. And what we certainly want to know is how Game 2 is going to go down between these trainers. Joshua takes some valuable time to reflect. Now, no one wants to be given the note, don't let your Gallade go down to a critical hit. But that was, unfortunately, a crucial element as to why the momentum swung in Yost's favour in that game. Of course, the Ivy Cudgel does have a heightened critical hit chance, and the Gallade was not able to stand up to it in that situation. So heading into this game, did we see a Trick Room? We didn't. Did we not? We didn't see a Trick Room go up in that game? I thought we did, actually, earlier on in the game. No, perhaps we didn't. So didn't happen in that game, but it might do in Game 2. The mind games are still very much real there. And how do you think, Ben, that Joshua can adapt heading into Game 2?
I want to see the Hisuian Lilligant. That's what I want to be seeing coming into this Game 2. The fact that it's carrying the Focus Sash gives Joshua, I think, that little bit of freedom that he needs to maybe close combat into an Ogerpon to take away any redirection and go for potentially the just after you eruption as well, of course, in the face of the after you gets redirected as well. So
of course,
that doesn't quite work out. But either way, you can I think play around with that a little bit. The Ogerpon, I think, is a direct from Yost response that we saw in the leading Game 1 to the threat of Hisuian Lilligant. But I feel like it's one of those things that would change up the momentum of this game, because clearly having the Gallade and the Indeedee in turn one, you can make totally different decisions in the game. Unfolds a completely different way, but it's still a little bit tricky, especially in front of that Iron Crown that you're naturally increasing the power of with your Psychic terrain.
Tricky is certainly the word of the moment, as we've got the Indeedee and Gallade that can be setting up Trick Room in this matchup, and who is it going to benefit most as the booster energy activates on the Iron Crown, getting that special attack nice and up. Indeedee and Gallade, a classic lead that we've seen Joshua go for before. How is Joshua going to adapt to try and turn the momentum in their own favor? You can see hovering over the Terra Fire there, but then of course you're much more vulnerable. Something that could be coming out from the Ogerpon over on your side of the field.
Yeah.
Expanding Force would be dealing resisted damage into the Indeedee, but of course neutral into the Gallade, being part Psychic, part fighting. It's going to be Ogerpon leaving the field.
Ogerpon switching on out of there. Ursaluna coming in and a reaction to the idea that Joshua wants to set up Trick Room much more in this game. It didn't go up in game one. Now it needs to go up in game two for Joshua to have a really good opportunity here. Joshua's Gallade going for the Terra Fire, making sure it's maybe taking resisted damage from a Tachyon Cutter, but then you're following me away any damage. And here it is, the Expanding Force coming out, not enough to pick up the KO on either the Indeedee nor the Gallade. Nice little critical hit on Indeedee just for good measure there, and the Trick Room does go up. But you were talking about it earlier, Charlie. Who does that benefit more? Well, I'm definitely looking at the Ursaluna. It's feeling probably pretty happy to be in Trick Room right now.
Yeah, not just the Ursaluna, but the fact that the Gallade has gone for the Terra Fire, and now it's so much weaker to what the Ursaluna can throw out. Yes, of course, the Gallade is on such low health anyway, but if that's the Terra option down and out for Joshua already, that's really, really difficult. Already a game down in our finals of the Lanaken mid-season showdown. So, Trick Room now up. Ursaluna looks like it's in an absolutely fantastic position. How is Joshua going to be able to play around this threat? This could be killing the end of the MSS here in Lanaken, but let's never doubt Joshua. Joshua has done so well to reach this stage of the competition.
Yeah, and he's definitely not down and out just yet. I mean, it's a difficult situation, but you've then got these mind games. Do you play the single target attacks and a full foul of the follow me? Or does the wide guard on the Gallade really take its shape in this position? It didn't work out in turn one, game one, but we're in a totally different situation here. Helping hand coming out from Indeedee. Joshua going all in here, but that helping hand is for naught as the facade goes into the Gallade. It's gonna be easily enough to pick up that knockout on Gallade. The star of the show going down yet again, and an Expanding Force finishing the job on Indeedee there, picking up the knockout, single target, extra damage coming out from that Iron Crown there. And it looks like Jost is in the driving seat, one step closer to taking those tasty, tasty championship points.
Absolutely delicious. But for now, Joshua has to be able to see out the rest of this game. Yes, that Indeedee sitting duck on the field, having gone for the helping hand into the Gallade. When your back's against the wall, sometimes you do just have to go all in, and it didn't pay out for Joshua in that scenario. Indeedee, of course, not known for its damage output, but Hatterene and Urshifu far more so. And the Urshifu carrying that choice band, it's a bulkier variant too. Obviously going to be immune to those Expanding Forces. If there are two Pokemon that can turn this around for Joshua, it's these two.
I'm wondering if the Hatterene has enough to be able to knock out the Ursaluna in one. Yeah. If it does, with this Expanding Force, we're about to find out here, trainers.
The knockout, no, it's not. The Ursaluna's gonna hang on, that could be huge, and the Life Orb chip as well. Facade gonna connect into the Urshifu, bulky as it is, it's not able to take that. Another one hit knockout, and it seems like Joshua's seeing the writings on the wall.
He has indeed. Tachyon Cutter going to be the follow-up from the Iron Crown. One hit and two hits into this Hatterene. It's going to be enough to wrap up the set. Jost is going to take this finals 2-0, and we're seeing applause in the crowd here. They all know it, and Jost, our worthy winner of the Lanaken Saturday MSS.
Just providing the victory music there for you trainers to give just that little bit more of a fanfare. Huge congratulations, such a cool team. So that means that the winning team of our Saturday MSS here in Lanaken, Gallade, Indeedee, Iron Moth, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Ursaluna, Original, let's say, and Iron Crown. Such a cool team, and again, we're at the tail end of Regulation Set F, and that means that these trainers can just throw anything at the wall and see what sticks. Have a little bit of fun before Regulation Set G gets going.
Iron Moth.
Yeah.
Iron Moth champion. 50 whole championship points that it walked away. Not Yost. Oh, yeah, Yost is walking away with the championship points, technically, but we're going to say the moral victory is going to that Iron Moth. And I'd love to be in the sort of fly on the wall looking at the rest of the moth on the wall, looking at the rest of Yost's team matches where maybe the Iron Moth was a little bit more relevant than those we saw on the broadcast, because I really want to see that Iron Moth in action.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hopefully, Yost, really making a name for themselves already, but hopefully we'll be able to see in a future tournament that Iron Moth come to the fray. Iron Moth, Iron Jost, piloting that team so well today in Lanaken, and I am thrilled for Yost there. And Joshua playing so well in our semi-finals match that we were able to feature. But the Gallade Mirror, who'd have thought we'd have seen that today if you told me before we came in? I wouldn't have not believed it, but it's just so cool to see the team building coming out here in force in Lanaken.
And of course, seeing the journey that these trainers have gone on, we saw Yost just playing so well, and just the use of that Gallade. It's not just the fact that Gallade was a really cool pick. We've seen it go on the field, and it's been able to take knockouts that we weren't necessarily, well, I wasn't necessarily expecting. I'm not gonna put words in your mouth there, Charlie, but it was doing more than I was expecting it to do. But also defensively, taking damage dealing moves, big damage dealing moves, and surviving on just a few hit points to be able to go for those big attacks as well. I think it's done a good amount of everything in this event, and it's really nice to see.
Yeah, Yost jousting through all the way to the win with that absolutely fascinating team. And a player who earlier on in the day had that 3-2 record. So, just goes to show that you've just got to keep fighting through, and the matches, if you keep your mental state present, then hopefully those matches are going to be going your way. A lesson in not getting tilted as you're playing this game.
Absolutely, and we're going to take a very quick break to get Yost up here and have a little bit of a chat to him and see how his experience of this MSS has been, and maybe talk a little bit more about his team and the matchups that he's played along today. So don't go anywhere, trainers. We'll be back in just a few seconds. Well, trainers, we're here with our winner of the Lanaken MSS, Yost. Congratulations, first off, for winning and giving us some really exciting matches. Tell us how you're feeling about this so far.
I'm feeling great. I've never won any tournament whatsoever. I've got 5 PC second place finishes, and I've never won not even a local. So I'm feeling great.
5 second places. It was bound to be converted into a win at some
Absolutely.
point, and you were able to do it today. Tell us about your team. What your thought process was behind the team?
Exactly. I kind of copied a team from, I think it was Vancouver or Knoxville regionals. Got top 8. He was on top takes. I'm so sorry for not knowing your name. It's the exact same 6 Pokemon, and
Brandon something.
probably, I think so. Anyway, I copied the Pokemon and the moves. Not a single thing on there has changed, I think. But I changed Pokemons are trained in a bit. Made some Pokemons faster. And changed 2 Terra types, I believe. And an item, of course. The Rocky Helmet on Indeedee has helped me out a lot today, especially against all the Focus Sashes. Sturdy, I played against Ogerpan Rock twice, I believe.
Yeah.
So
There's been a lot. There's been a lot.
Yeah. I think you might have even seen that on the match against Luca in top.
Right.
No, that was round 5. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Brandon Davis, I think is the name. I think it might be that. Something like that. Anyway.
This is the infamous Iron Moth knocking out the Terragrass Gallade, I believe, if my memory serves. But that was you didn't fall foul of that this tournament.
I did sludge weight myself once today, but it was when it was Terrat with the Ogre Pawn, so
I see.
kind of
Okay,
similar.
because this is something I wanted to know about. Been talking about the Iron Moth all day. It came onto the field, and then your opponent forfeited. We didn't get to see it in action. But like, okay, just for the people at home that maybe haven't used Iron Moth as much in this format, just tell us a little bit about your experience with it.
So you have to protect it. It's not that defensive. So meteor +1, and then get +1. And have white guard. You can just some opponents with it. It just goes that fast. You some hard predictions like predict when your opponent's gonna hit you. You have to know when to bring it. If your opponent has a flutter or roaring move, or usually faster, I don't bring it. But if they have these balance kind of teams where they have middling speed stats.
Yeah, absolutely. Clear Amulet Gallade as well seems to be.
Yeah.
We've seen a couple of them today, and it's been so powerful. How's that been the most valuable Pokemon for you today?
Probably so, yeah. I was astonished by one-shotted, a Helping Hand, Sacred Sword, one-shot Perigiraf, so they couldn't set up a Trick Room. And against basically anything you do, minimum 50%.
It's not fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, huge damage, absolutely. So, Joost, congratulations on this win. How's your season looking?
I'm at 397 CP.
Oh, okay.
3 more to go. If
Okay.
I finish first in the PC, coming right up, I can actually go to Hawaii today. So it's Kusha, who got his Hawaii invite, and Alex, who also got his Hawaii invite. If I were to get it, that would be just a perfect day.
Fingers crossed.
In the last vestiges of Regulation Set F, still people are getting their invitations to the World Championships, and that's just really nice to see. So, any other tournament you're playing later in the season? Are you able to compete in Stockholm, Bologna, or is this the local scene where you're going to be getting your championship point invite?
To Bologna, but as many I unfortunately couldn't. I actually didn't get to register the first time at all. I didn't know they had opened. So I wasn't able to register there. I would have gone just to be sure I can get my Hawaii invite, but then for me.
Perfect.
Yeah, what a nice event to have themselves. Well, yes, again, huge congratulations to you. Any shout-outs you want to give?
Shout out to all the Germans who made it here with me today, to Kusha, Alex. I think Dennis Aborik is also here. Luca, it's just been a lot of fun to travel here with them, to talk about Pokemon, but also just enjoy some time in Belgium and the Netherlands. Well, we're going to Maastricht probably. So.
Fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good to be traveling around with friends. World Trainers, we have had a fantastic day. once again, of course, Jos, to be making it to the finals, taking it all the way, getting your first tournament win, of course, the first, hopefully for you, of many going forward. But I think we're going to have to wrap it up because there's lots of trainers here that are going to be waiting to play the Premier Challenge, not least all of us.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're going to be playing. We're going to be playing.
I do not want to go up against you. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. Take it as a compliment.
Thank you very much.
But we're going to have to wrap things up here, traders. So I hope you've enjoyed coming along with us. We've enjoyed every moment of it, but we'll be back tomorrow, of course, as well. There is another mid-season showdown, another Premier Challenge to compete in as well for all of our trainers attending. So thank you to everyone here, of course, for putting this on, for Shmon as well. Massive congratulations for everything that you've achieved for the community, and we're going to be wrapping it up there. So we will hopefully see you tomorrow as well.
Perfect.